Now that I'm here, I don't know if I can do this. I don't know if I can do this. Ouch. I don't know if I can do this, you guys. I don't think I can do this. I don't know if I can do this. Countdown, countdown, countdown. I don't think I can do this. I don't think I can do it. I'm sorry. I don't know if I can do this. I'm trying to get it together, okay? I want to try to tell you guys what happened. But I gotta calm down first. Okay, I'm gonna get it together and I'm gonna get through this. I see there's 38 in chat and I'm sitting here weeping. I'm gonna get it. We're gonna give it a second and then I'm gonna talk, okay? can do this, you guys. I'm gonna have to fucking probably stop this. I thought I could come here and talk to you guys and tell you what happened. I don't think I can. Thanks, Jana. I'm trying to get it together. As soon as I can say some words, I will, okay? I will answer when I can. Give me a second. Man can. He's being cremated. We don't bury our pets. We cremate them and then we bring them back home. Okay. Okay. So, you guys know Muggsy. He's all over my page. He's the star of the show. Muggsy, the 25-year-old Chihuahua, who I've had for 16 years, who is my little son. He's been in hospice for about the past year and a half, and you guys know that. And you knew his time was limited, right? But he was doing so well lately. You know, he had his ups and downs, but when he had his downs, his ups were so worth it. He had such quality of life. So we knew his time was limited. We had him on all the meds we could have had him on. But he was having more seizures lately than I told you guys. And a couple times I thought he was going to pass away in the night having seizures. But then he'd pop up the next day and he'd be just fine. So not last night, the night before, Friday night, Skip was home. Skip stayed home from work Friday night because he has a bad shoulder and it was hurting him. So he was down here with the dogs, and I was tired. I had a headache, and I said, I'm going upstairs. I'm going to bed. You stay down here with them for a while. He said, of course. So I went to bed, and I fell asleep. And you guys know we have a separate door at the top of our stairs because of Tom Thumb. And I woke up to bang, 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 and I knew what it was. And it was Skip banging on the door because he had Muggsy in his arms and he couldn't say anything. And I said, is it Muggsy? And he said, yeah, it's Muggsy. And I ran out of bed and I unlatched the door and I opened the door and he was holding Muggsy, and Muggsy was in a grand mal seizure. Muggsy has been having seizures for a long time, but this was a grand mal seizure. It was, Skip was holding him and Muggsy was so violently shaking. And there was foam coming out of his mouth. And I said, Skip, lay him on the bed. So Skip brought him and laid him on our bed. And I knew he was going to die soon, you guys. That's not it. I wanted him to go. I kept asking him to go before something like this happened. I didn't want him to go through that. You guys, it wasn't that he died. It was that he went through this for like an hour and 20 minutes. I held him in my arms as he was just grand mal seizuring. His lips were chattering. He was looking right in my eyes. Skip was right here. Skip had his arms around my arms. So Muggsy was in my arms, and Skip's arms were around me, and our faces were right here in Muggsy's view so he could see us. We didn't stop talking to him the whole time. We said, it's okay, Muggsy, it's okay. And I sang to him. I said, Tiny, Mugamoo. Anything we could do to just get through to him. I said, relax, relax. We had the pusher for these occasions. We injected him with THC oil in his mouth. That's supposed to stop a seizure like that. They use that in the NICU for babies. I put it in his mouth. It didn't stop. I said, Skip, go downstairs and get his sedative. We tried that. We liquefied it, pushed that in. It didn't stop him. For 20 more minutes, he did this, stopping. I was watching him go through so much pain. He was shitting himself. He was pissing himself. There was stuff coming out of his mouth. I just wanted him to die, and he wouldn't. So I got the seizure medication, and I put that in. I crushed that up and put that in. Everything was liquefied, going right in him. All this should have stopped his seizures. It didn't. He was going so strong. He couldn't stop. At one point, I threw my head up and I said, angels, where are you? Just take him. Where are my angels? Just take him. Don't put him through this anymore. And as I threw my head up, I looked on the wall and I saw 2 pictures of my old dogs, Benjamin Button and Dasha. And there they were on the wall, photoshopped with angel wings. When I first brought Muggsy home 16 years ago, his best buddy was Benjamin Button and Dasha. I forgot those pictures were on my wall. When I threw my head back up and I said, where are my angels? Just come get them. I saw the picture of those 2 dog angels on the wall. So they came. They came. His seizure did calm a little bit, but then it started going in waves. He'd be lucid for a second, and he'd look at me and Skip, and Skip was so good. Skip was just talking baby talk to him. Skip was like, hey, there you are, little buddy. We're right here. We're not going to leave you. It's okay. And he would have a moment of lucid, and he would look at us, and then he would go right back into it. And I was being so strong. I wasn't crying like this. I was being so strong. I was talking calmly to him. Skip was, we knew what to do. We knew we could break later. We had to be strong for him then. And we were really strong. This went on for like another 45 minutes. I started begging. I said, what is going... I put my head up again. I said, if there is a God up there, please stop doing this to this little baby. He doesn't deserve to be going through this right now. Just take him. And I said, Muggsy, please just go. Please just try to go. But I could see what he was doing, you guys. He was fighting. He didn't want to leave me and Skip. And I said, baby, you gotta go. You gotta separate. You've gotta go. And he wouldn't. He kept fighting and fighting and fighting. His tail was wagging. Oh, it was awful. So then, it kept going in waves. And it started getting really, really bad again. And stuff started coming out of his mouth, and he shit himself again. And, you know, Skip's leaving the situation and going and cleaning up things so I can hold him and just be present for that. Skip came back down. He put his arms around my arms. We just started comforting him. I started singing to him again. Tiny Mugamoo. And then the lights flickered. Our lights in our hallway outside of our bedroom would flick, flick. Well, there's nothing wrong with our electrical. That has never happened before. Ever. Skip looked at me and he put his arm around me. He goes, the lights just flickered. Did you see that? And I said, yeah. And in that moment, everything changed. The air changed. It got thick. It was like jello. There was magic around us. There was other people in the room. There was other spirits in the room. I begged him. I said, please take Muggsy. He calmed down and he started looking around. I could feel other... And then the lights flickered again. And Skip looked at me and he said, they flickered again. I said, I know. Then he went into a huge seizure.
Pop-Tarts protein pastries have 10 grams.
Way worse than the other one. Then he stopped seizing. He looked up at us. Foam was coming out of his mouth. I kept wiping it. And he was quiet. And Skip said, is he gone? I said, I don't know. And he was still in my arms. I said, I don't know. And he was looking right at us. And I put my hand on his chest and he wasn't there. And I said, good boy. Good boy. And I looked up and I said, thank you for taking him. And then he wasn't gone. Then he went, and then another breath came. Oh no. This happened for about 5 minutes. He kept just taking, and then he wouldn't breathe, and his heart wasn't beating, and then he'd come back. He was trying so hard to stay with me, and I said, baby, please go. He made one spinal-like sound. It was like a, like a moan. And he looked up at us, and he just stopped, and he was gone. This took about an hour and 20 minutes of him going through this kind of pain. I was holding him. His head was here. His legs were here. His tail never stopped wagging. All 4 of his legs were kicking for that entire time. I had him so close to me. He was kicking me in the boobs. He was kicking me in the chest. He was kicking me in the abdomen so hard. He was fighting so hard. It was an ugly, violent death. And that is what's got me so horrible. He didn't deserve that. As long as he was in hospice, I prayed, please take him in his sleep. This dog is so special to me. Skip and I have rescued about 30 dogs in our 18-year marriage. I've been through a lot of passings. I've helped a lot of dogs cross over. It's usually pretty bad like this, but some of them will just go silently in their sleep. And I prayed and prayed and prayed to anyone who would listen, don't let Muggsy suffer. Please, just don't let him suffer in the end, please. And oh my God, he suffered so bad in the end. It was 3 in the morning. If it had been 3 in the afternoon, I still wouldn't have had the time to take him to the vet and had him put him down, because I would have not wanted to take those last moments where he is convulsing, where he is needing me to hold him and put him in the car and sit in a waiting room and do all that. So even if it had been in the day, I would have had to go through this with him, because it would not have been right to take him and put him down. He fought so hard, he did not want to go. Skip and I we have a procedure that we always do. We always lay them in waiting like the Victorians did. We put them in a little basket. It's a ruffle little basket. We put their blanket in there. We get flowers. We put flowers in there with them. We put pictures of us. We put pictures of us in there. And then we eventually fold that up, and that's what they're cremated in. But I brought him down here in the basket. I put him in front of the TV there. I laid him out so the other dogs and cats could say goodbye to him, so they knew what was going on. I played Moonlight Sonata. I was just going to play it once. It ended up playing like on a loop for about 2.5 hours because I freaked out and I just couldn't turn off the TV. I couldn't stop what I was doing. And so Moonlight Sonata played over and over and over as Muggsy laid there and the animals said goodbye. Then as it started getting light outside, I wanted to put Muggsy on the windowsill where he always laid, you guys. This is his Victorian windowsill. You know, he spent a lot of his life here. So I laid him right here so he could be by the windows, and I put the plants on each side of him. And I sat right here on my couch, and I was just looking at him. And then a cardinal comes to the... No, I wasn't even looking. I was looking over here. Maybe I was doing a bong hit, and I heard a knock at the window. I heard a... And I looked, and there was a cardinal sitting on my window. And he's looking at me with his mouth moving. I have made so many videos and shorts about how when a cardinal visits you, it's the last loved one that's passed on, letting you know that they're okay. I had my phone right next to me. I picked it up. I started filming. It stayed there. I said, "Hi, Mug. Thanks for showing up. You made it." And he looked at me and he went, and then he flew away. I made a video of that. As he flows away, I let out this noise. It's like this primal, guttural moan. Because my baby was leaving me again. That was his spirit leaving. And when he died upstairs on the bed, I opened the window right away because you're supposed to do that to make sure their soul gets out. They don't get trapped in the house. And I knew he wanted to stay with me. I said, "Muggsy, you go. You go where you're supposed to go. You do not stay here with Mommy." It was less than 4 hours later that cardinal showed up. So I know he went where he was supposed to go. And in that moment, I had this visual of him playing. Like it was a visual of him like twisting and jumping up somewhere with my other dogs that he's watched. I've had Muggsy for 16 years. He has watched all his friends die. All the dogs that I bring in to rescue, he's loved them, made friends with them, and watched them die. So his killer. So all his friends are up there. I asked all those little dogs to come and help him pass. I asked my personal guardian angel, Mary Keoki Monroe. I always ask her when this happens. I say, "Please, please, please come down and get him." Mary Keoki's mother, Mary Senior Monroe. I wear this bracelet, and it is an epitaph that's on her gravestone. You guys know I never take this bracelet off. It means something. Mary Keoki Monroe, who's tombstone I had in my home for 9 years. Her mother not only lost her, but lost 7 children in the Victorian days before that. She had a lot of loss. So I used to sit on her mother's grave talking to her, and on her mother's grave are these words: She hath done what she could. She hath done what she could. I've been wearing this bracelet on my hand for maybe 15 to 20 years, and I haven't taken it off. I know that woman went through loss, and I don't have friends or family in my life. I only have Skippy. So I cried out to those people who are dead and I've never met, and they're my guardian angels, and I said, please help this dog cross. And they did. That woman who lost all those babies, she did what she could. I have lost so many pets. I made a choice not to have children in my life. I could have done that, but I would have been a horrible mother, and I come from abuse, and I made that decision. I didn't want kids. But since I've married Skip, I've probably taken in 30 dogs, rescued them all from euthanasia, given them a second chance, but then it's my job to help them cross over. And I'm that person that's strong when someone dies. And I hold them and I help them through that, and I get them the meds they need from the vet, and I spend all Skip's money that needs to be spent so they can be comfortable. And if they need to be put down, then they need to be put down. But I usually just want them to die naturally here because it's a more beautiful thing. Well, I wanted that beauty for Muggsy. And for some reason, the universe wanted him to suffer at the end, and I don't know why. And I can't get past that. Then we usually keep them in the house for a day or two, or maybe sometimes 3, like the Victorians, and we put a ton of lilies and flowers around them, then we wrap them up and take them to go cremated. I didn't want that for Muggsy. I wanted him to go immediately. I didn't want him sitting in this house for 1 minute. I wanted Skip went and got flowers the first thing in the morning. We covered him in flowers. We put pictures of me, him, the other animals in there, and we wrapped him up. And Skip and his buddy took him. I couldn't even go. I couldn't even go to the vet. I had to stay here because I was freaked out. I couldn't take my baby to the vet. He'll be cremated, and I'll get him back in like 2 weeks. This is my Victorian window seat. This is where Muggsy always sat, right? Looking outside. But on each side of these, we have these little cubby holes, right? So this particular cubby hole, it's a memorial. It's got all the paw prints for a lot of my past animals. And here's all their little cremation boxes. There's Bridget. There's Sadie. There's Molly. There's Tinkerbell. There's Chewbacca. There's Chica. Hey, Rose, are you watching? There's Chica. There's Chica Chi. We shared her, didn't we, Rose? So, Muggsy will come back, and he will be in a beautiful little box like that, but I feel like that's not good enough for him. I found something on Amazon. They do, on my Amazon wish list, I did put it there, you guys. If one of you wants to buy it and send it to me, that's great. If not, I'll be buying it for myself in the next week. But I did find a crematorium box that's more special than all those, and it's about this big. And it has a lovely little plaque on it that I can put his name on it. If someone gets that for me, just put Muggsy on it. And it has a statue on the top that looks like Muggsy. It's not that much money. It's only like $60. Maybe it was 80 or something. So I did put that on my Amazon wish list, but I put that on there a while ago thinking, I won't have to worry about this. Well, now the day's here. I know Muggsy's coming back in a box just like that, a little wood cherry box, and I think he deserves better, and I want better for him. So I think I'm going to get him that box. If one of you wants to get it, you're more than welcome. If it's gone from my wish list tomorrow, I will know one of you got it. My Amazon wish list is on my description page under my picture. But either way, whether you guys want to get that for me or I will get it, it will be in that better box because I think he deserves better. Then there was the vet visit. Skip calls me from the vet as he's leaving. He says, Mugsy's 26. I said, what are you talking about? He goes, look, he had his phone. He was talking to the woman on the fucking checkout thing. The woman, Mugsy, they were all talking. Skip was saying it was amazing. He lived to be 25 years old. And the woman's like, no, he's 26. Skip's like, no, he's not. He's 25. The woman's like, look at the computer. So the computer date said 2000. So we were like, wow, well, that's crazy. We didn't know that. And then Skip brings home the receipt. On the receipt, it says his birthday is 2010, which is impossible because that would make him 16. And we've had him for 16 years. And when we adopted him, when he was 9. So I assume that date on the receipt they gave me must mean the day we brought him in or something. So I'm confused that they confused me about that. They've got 2 different ages for him on 2 different things. I don't care how old he was. None of that matters to me. I had him for 16 years. I adopted him from Cleveland Kennels. Before that, they said he was 9. I took him to the vet after that. He was very sick when I got him. He said, yeah, he looks to be about 9. So we just assumed that was his age. He definitely wasn't 16, I'll tell you that. Because I had him for 16 years and he was already elderly when I got him. So when I got him at the Cleveland Kennels, you guys, I'd seen him on Facebook. That's when I was on Facebook. A volunteer from the Cleveland Kennels put up a picture of him and said, this guy's time is limited. They're going to euthanize him because he's shut down. What does that mean? When you go to the kennels to adopt a dog, the dogs are all at the cages like, hey, pick me, pick me. Well, Mugsy was like this. And if people tried to talk to him, he was like this. He wouldn't talk to them. He wouldn't eat. He wouldn't drink. All he would do was shake. He had been so abused. He had a low collar on his neck that was so tight. I went there to the kennels and I said, I'm taking him. They gave him to me because they knew I rescued dogs. They knew who I was from Facebook. There was a $61 charge to get a dog there. They said, you're going to take this dog that we're going to euthanize? I said, yes. And they said, you can have him for free. And I said, give him to me. I had brought my old dog, Slim Shady's coat, Slim Shady was my first Chihuahua. He had passed away, so I brought his little coat and a little blanket. I saw Mugsy in the kennel. They had him in a huge dog kennel with big slats. He was this big. So what they had done, so his feet wouldn't fall through the slats, they put a cat litter box in there, way in the back, and that's where Mugsy sat. In this huge kennel, in a little litter box, and he couldn't leave the litter box because his feet would have fallen through. I picked him up, and I went to go grab him, and he flinched like I was going to hurt him. I said, it's okay, buddies, no one's going to hurt you. And I picked him up, I put the little coat on him, I wrapped him in a blanket. I took him, I left, I got him in my car. I tried to put him on the seat next to me. He was terrified. I had to drive home with him like this. I drove like this. I got him home. I had 7 rescue dogs at the time. All elderly, all special needs. I had worked it out that I was going to keep Mugsy overnight and I was going to give him to my best friend Gretchen from high school. I had already talked to her. She had one other Chihuahua. She was looking for another one. She had a 13-year-old little girl, and she was going to come over the next day and get him. I was like, perfect. I'll keep him overnight. He slept in the bed with me and Tinkerbell. Tinkerbell was my sole dog before Mugsy. So Tinkerbell and I were in the bed. We let Mugsy sleep in there with us. We bonded. Gretchen came over the next day with her 14-year-old daughter. We talked for a while. She thought Mugsy was great. It came time for them to leave, and she went to pick Mugsy up, and he flipped out. He not only growled at her, but he barked ferociously, ran behind me, and was Arr! She would be like, I'm just going to pick him up. And I said, okay, try. And he went to bite her. And I said, okay, everybody stop, because this dog is already traumatized. We can't traumatize him just by you picking him up. So we got to sit down and rethink this. She goes, I'll just go back to my house and get a kennel and we'll throw him in there. I am against kennels because dogs that I know have been abused by that and are scared of that. And that's, some dogs are left in kennels and that's their abuse I've encountered. So I was like, no, you will not go to your house, get a kennel, and throw this dog in there. And so we sat and we relaxed. We had a cup of tea. We let some time pass. I talked to Muggsy quietly, petting him. I said, let me try handing him to you. I handed him to her. He went to bite her. He jumped out of my arms behind me like I was his protection. She said, I'm just going to grab him and forcefully take him. This is the only way we can get him out of here. I said, no, you're not. I said, he just chose me. I now have an 8th dog. I now have 8 fucking dogs here. And I mean, it's not like I'm a hoarder or anything. The dogs that I had, they only last a couple months, okay? So I knew that 3 of those dogs were going to pass away soon, so I could take him. And I did. He chose me. That is the only dog in my life out of all the dogs I have adopted, and I just told you a general number, and it's probably low. It's the only dog that ever chose me. It was Muggsy. All my dogs that I've ever had rescued are soul dogs because they're my children. I chose not to have children, so these are my children. So they're all special to me. But there have been 3 dogs in my existence as a human on this planet that weren't what they call soul dogs. I don't like that term. They were soulmates of mine. The first one was Killer the Rottweiler, when I lived in the film building with my ex and the angel statue. Killer the Rottweiler got beat by my ex as much as I did. And her and I escaped that situation barely alive together. Just like the angel statue. Killer was my first soulmate dog. My second was Tinkerbell. Tinkerbell, the little white chihuahua. And her and Muggsy knew each other for a very long time. Tinkerbell died in the haunted house with the bin. I've never told that story. I've told the story about the haunted house with the bin, and I put that on my page this week with the woman in the bin that Skip and I left there. We left the place like a haunted house. We left with the U-Haul with it moaning and creaking. Yes, that house took Tinkerbell. I always said she donated her life for us to get out of there. And what you don't know is the history of that haunted house is everyone who lived there before me, their dogs died. How do I know this? Because I had the past people that used to live there drive by and warn me of that. Get your dog out of there. The house is going to take your dog. Well, that house took Tinkerbell. Tinkerbell was my soul dog. She was my soulmate. She died. When she died and we moved into this house, Muggsy took over and he was leader of our pack. And it was big shoes to fill. And Muggsy did it. Muggsy was my soulmate. Muggsy was Skippy's soulmate. Okay? Skippy loves these dogs as much as me. You guys don't get to see Skippy, but he sits here and he talks baby talk to them. He sings to them. He sleeps with them down here a lot of the time. He holds them. He goes to work and he makes money for all their expensive vet bills and all their expensive, ridiculous medications that we have to go get all the time. You know that we don't drive right now. Skip's the one taking a train and a bus downtown to the vet so he can go get their meds every other week. That cost $50, $60, $80, $120. Muggsy was so well taken care of. We've had the same vet for over 30 years. Our vet is not just our vet, he's our friend. I can call him and say, blah, 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 Muggsy's got a runny nose and this is going on. And our doctor will say, oh, let me just call this antibiotic into the Walgreens for you. You don't have to come in. It's like that. I want you guys to look at the sky. Doesn't it look different to you? Look at the sky. It's not a normal sky. Like, it doesn't look as pretty to me. I don't know why I keep obsessing on the sky. I woke up and there was a moon out there. The moon was right there, and I thought it looked awful. And I think the sky looks awful. I don't know what that's about. But I think it's because he's not here. And I think the sky looks different because he's there. I haven't read chat at all, you guys, and I don't know what's going on. And I see that someone donated $2.71, and I don't know who that is. And I want to thank you for that because I haven't read one thing. My chat is actually on a stuck. It's stuck on this one person who I don't know who you are, and it says Cameron McCollum, and it says praying for Muggsy. Seem like a super pet. God bless you. So that's the only thing I've seen in chat because it's stuck here, and I'm leaving that there because I don't have the energy to look at chat right now. And when I first opened this, and I didn't think I could do this today, you know, the first 5 things I saw coming down was, is it pink? What color are your pubes? Oh, you're old. Look at Granny. And it's just like, I can't handle that today. I just can't with that today. I'm sure that there's some of you in there that I need to hear from. My friends. Shep. Basil. Heather. Alicia. Mary. Allison. I don't have real friends. Okay? I don't have real friends and I don't have any family. I just have Skippy. The friends that I've made on YouTube are my friends. The friends that I've lost on YouTube, Daisy, VP, Dope Girl, those were really my friends. And I really loved those people. So when they pulled their YouTube shit and just were assholes to me, that hurt me. So today, when I don't have anyone, don't get it twisted. I'm not on here looking for sympathy and I'm not on here looking for friends. But what I did push live for today was to let you people know what happened. Muggsy might be more popular than I am. He's definitely more famous than I am. He has fans. He has haters. He has clippers. He has reaction channels. Look at the bullshit that Deemsy said about Muggsy. Fuck you, Deemsy. Look at the shit that Janny said and posted about Muggsy. Just because they thought I was lying about Muggsy's age for attention, for clickbait. Okay? No one knew Muggsy's real age, so we went with what we were told. And because of that, people on the internet chose to hate Muggsy. And they didn't really hate him. They did that because they thought they were getting to me. Did it get to me a little bit? So good for you, you fucking monsters. You thought you were trolling a girl that you just didn't like. Well, what you were doing was making fun of a little sick dog that was in hospice that was going to die sometime. You clipped him. You talked about him on your show like he was a bad little dog. You did that because you didn't like me. You didn't have the balls to sit there and say, you know, Cleveland Jennifer, I don't like her for this reason, that reason, and the other reason. No, you had to take my dog and make it ugly. So shame on you, motherfuckers, and Muggsy will haunt you forever for that. As for Muggsy's fans, that is why I pushed live today. Before I ever became a YouTuber, Muggsy had his own page on Facebook. I haven't been on Facebook for a decade. He was very famous on Facebook, as were a couple other of my dogs. Princess Prada the Chihuahua. She had 100,000 subscribers on Facebook. She was very famous, and then Muggsy took her place after she passed. Muggsy then was famous here on YouTube. Muggsy is very famous on TikTok. People love Muggsy. He is the star of the show. He's not just an animal in my house that I film once in a while. He is my little son. He is a reincarnated genius soul that is a deep, deep part of my existence. Not even just in this lifetime. I have had many other lifetimes with Muggsy. And he's a very important part of my life. And the fact that him and I found each other in this life at all is a blessing. The fact that I was able to find him in that kennel when they were going to put him down because he was so abused, because he was not adoptable, because he wouldn't eat or drink or let anyone touch him. The fact that I found him there and was able to turn his life around and make him forget that. He forgot all that. The first 2 years that Skip and I owned Muggsy, we couldn't touch him. We couldn't pet him. I just told you the story about Gretchen and how he hid behind me. Well, when that situation left, if I tried to pick Muggsy up and console him, I could, but not after he crouched and went like this 25 times and went, ah, ah, and screamed. If a pot fell in the kitchen and he was in the living room, he would scream and dart in the other room under the bed or the couch. Whoever had Muggsy before me beat the fuck out of him and abused him in ways that I'll never know. Muggsy was unaltered when I got him. What does that mean? He wasn't neutered. He had his balls. So it probably means they were using him for breeding and treating him poorly. They probably were using him as a stud. But I know he had a really, really bad life before me. And his transition of meeting me and Skip, and he was really afraid of Skip at first. Like, he would let me touch him, but if Skip came near him, he would cower and scream. Eventually, he'd let Skip touch him after a few minutes, and that's how we gained his trust. Now, by the end of the time, Skip works nights most of the time, you guys. He'll come home, I'll be up in bed sleeping. Skip will come down here, wind down, watch TV for 4 hours, fall asleep a little bit with Muggsy. And then a lot of times when I wake up, I'll come down and we'll switch. Like, Skip and Muggsy were so tight. I would wake up and I would, Skippy would be sleeping with Muggsy in his arms, Baxter would be in his bed, Killer would be in his bed, Muggsy would be in Skip's arms. When I woke up this morning, okay, first, yesterday, I couldn't turn on the TV. I couldn't do it. I couldn't watch anything on TV. All I could do was put on maybe some classical music. I didn't even want to put it on my 1930s music. There's no song that I want to hear that's not going to scrape my mind like it's hurting me. I have dishes in the sink for 2 days. That's unheard of. I have OCD, okay? I clean like it's my job. I haven't been able to do a dish in 2 days, and every time I get a new glass, I keep putting it in there. That's unheard of. I have dishes in my sink, and I can't do them. The tree's not on. You know my story about my tree that Skip and I leave it up. Our tradition is to leave it up till the day after things, or to the day after Valentine's Day, because we love to celebrate Valentine's Day and it's romantic and blah, blah, blah. Skip and I have not been able to turn that tree on since Muggsy died. You see, I have boxes there because I'm taking the ornaments off today, and I'm taking that tree down today because it's making us depressed. It's reminding us that we should not be celebrating anything right now because Muggsy is gone. And this was Muggsy's tree. And I don't want to see it anymore, and neither does Skippy. So as soon as I get off this live stream, I'm taking that down, and I don't want to see it till next year. And next year it will make me happy, and it will remind me of Muggsy and this last Christmas. I don't know how I'm going to get together here. I've lost a lot of dogs. This is what I do. This is my calling on the planet. I chose not to have children so that I could rescue little elderly dogs and give them this opportunity of love and life before they pass, and then I help them pass with medication, with my vet, and with love. I don't want to do that anymore. I'm not going to take in any more dogs. I'm not going to. In the past, when one died, I would immediately go get another one to replace that, because I would have, it's like if you try to get into a psych ward or a rehab or a hospital, there would be a bed available here. I'd have space available, and I'd let my vet or the animal control know that I had a space, and they would hook me up with someone. Usually an elderly lady going to the nursing home, blah, 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 something like that. I can't do that again. I'm going to help Baxter get through what he needs to, and I'm going to help Killer get through what she needs to, and then I'm going to take a break. I don't know, because I've been through a lot of death, and I've taken a lot of this on. And then I don't really have a safety net myself. I'm just so strong, and I help all these little animals go through it. But then I keep it all inside, and so does Skippy. Skip can go to work and talk to his friends about it. What am I going to do? Tell all y'all? I can't call my mom. She hates me. I can't call a cousin. They hate me. I can't call a girlfriend because they all hate me. So what do? I hold it all inside, and I try to be better, and I try to just keep doing what I'm doing and helping animals. We adopted Baxter 2 years ago from his family. They couldn't handle a lot. Okay, a lot was going on with them. I'm not going to tell their life story, but they were very good people. They had Baxter since he was a puppy, and they gave him to me when he was 14 because they couldn't handle some things. And I'm still in touch with them because I'm a YouTuber. Every video I make of Baxter, I send to them, and I'm in touch with them on a weekly basis. Here's the thing. I didn't just adopt Baxter to adopt another dog. Baxter was adopted for a reason. What was that reason? Jorge died. Jorge was a 25-year-old Chihuahua. He was half of a bonded pair. Years ago, I've adopted 2 bonded pairs. Jorge and Queen Bee were husband and wife. They were used for breeding, and when they couldn't breed anymore, they were thrown into a garage in Cleveland in the wintertime. I heard about it. I said, bring them to me, and I had them ever since. Queen Bee died first at 23. Jorge then lived on. Jorge was Mugsy's best friend. They were inseparable. Look, Killer's been here the whole time with Mugsy, but you can know Killer has her own special needs. She does her own thing. She loves Mugsy. She loves us, but she keeps to herself. She doesn't play with him. So we needed someone. After Jorge left, Mugsy started being depressed and started declining. I thought Mugsy was going to die. I said I have to rescue some male dog for Mugsy to have a buddy. And that's when we found Baxter. And we adopted Baxter. And he saved Mugsy's life. Okay? They became best friends. They became inseparable. Yeah, Killer hung out with them once in a while, but it was like the 2 boys and the girl over there. She loves them, but she don't want to hang with those dudes. You feel me? Right now, Baxter is beside himself. Baxter doesn't understand it. Baxter hasn't gone through all the deaths like Killer has. Baxter doesn't understand this. Baxter is looking around every corner for Mugsy. Every time I let Baxter outside, he's smelling the peas outside. Right now, he's looking up at me. Okay, come here, baby. It's all right. So, I'm going to have to be dealing with this and trying to explain to this guy where his friend is and why he's going to be alone most of the time now. Killer has stepped up in the past 2 days. Killer slept next to Baxter last night, not in her own bed, and she's been going outside with Baxter every time, which is unheard of. We keep a potty pad by the back door, and Killer would rather use that potty pad than go outside, especially in the winter. But she's been here for Baxter a little bit. But oh, what's wrong, baby? Okay, he is upset. He is clinically depressed. You okay? It's all right. It's okay. So I am going to have to deal with that on top of dealing with Baxter's medical health issues as well, okay? I mean, Baxter's time is very limited, and you can trust he's not going to make it into his 20s, okay? Baxter is 15 years old. He's almost blind. He has a collapsing esophagus and trachea, and you guys hear it all the time. And my clippers and my haters will tell you that, oh, she keeps a dog that coughs all the time, doesn't do anything about it, blah, 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 blah. Well, that's not the case. We spend hundreds of dollars a week on this dog's medication, and if we could get him surgery, we would, but he's too old to put under, okay? If I would have got this dog sooner, I could have done something about it. Just like if I would have gotten Mugsy sooner, in that 9 years he was being abused, he wouldn't have had to go through all that stuff. Why can't I find these guys earlier before they're hurt so badly or in this much trauma? So we're going to work it out, B. We're going to make it work, and Killer's going to be here for you as much as she can, okay? And we'll keep in touch with your other family, and his other family's aware of it. They know Muggsy's past. His family, Corey, and his wife, and their kids. They had another Yorkie, Chloe, who passed away after Baxter left, and they had a big pit bull who is bullying Baxter. That was one of the reasons Baxter had to come here. Also, they didn't know about Baxter's medical needs. I don't think they knew about it because they weren't paying attention to him that much because they had kids, because they had a pit bull, because they both had jobs, and more importantly than that, I'm going to say this out loud, they had just lost a child. They had just had a baby. And I think it lived to be, some months old or something, and then they lost the child, and they couldn't deal anymore. And that's when I took Baxter. So I think that he fell through the cracks a lot there, and I don't want that to happen to him now. He is real sad. I understand what's going on. Killer understands what's going on. Skip understands. This little guy does not. He is really confused and really upset. So I'm going to have to put all my energy into him. You like that? You like that thought? It's going to be okay, buddy. Why don't you sit here next to me? So, you want to see something sad? Well, I'm going to show you something really sad and gross. Here's all the tissues next to me. For God's sake, Jennifer, those are the tissues I just went through. Okay, that is disgusting. Let's put that over there. This is Muggsy's spot. I put a pillow there today because I always have the pillows up here because Muggsy's always sitting there. I brought this down from the upstairs guest bedroom yesterday. Well, not yesterday, 2 or 3 days ago. Why? Because I was going to make a video with Muggsy and this little guy. This is a Taco Bell dog. This Taco Bell Chihuahua dog. Sometimes I will make content with this little dog and Muggsy. One particular time, I made a video where I was holding Muggsy in my arms, and then I edit the camera, I stop it real fast, and I put this dog in my arms, and don't let you guys know it, and then I throw it way up in the air, and everybody freaks out thinking I'm throwing Muggsy. Well, I was going to do one of those videos again, so this dog's been sitting down here, and then it just was sitting right next to Muggsy's spot, and it's so weird. Like, what the fuck is going on? I didn't mean for this to happen. So there's a fake Muggsy in Muggsy's spot, and I'm losing my fucking shit. I'm losing my mind. So I do have to go put this back up on the shelf. This isn't down here because I'm missing Muggsy, and I have a fake Muggsy. That's not it. We were going to make content with Muggsy, with this dog, the other day. And I didn't know Muggsy was going to pass away that night. He was doing really good. I specifically remember as I went upstairs that night, I said, "Good night, Skip. I'm going up. I have a headache." And he was like, "Okay, good night." And I said, "Good night, babies." And I started walking away, and I said, "Wait a minute. I better go back and give Muggsy a kiss, just in case." I had that premonition. I walked all the way back from the other room, all the way over here, all the way around this side of the couch, past the ring light, past the chair, and I said, "Good night, Mugamoo. I love you." And I kissed him on his little dome, his little apple head round dome. And he looked up at me. Like, you came over and kissed me. And I made a mental note of that. And I said, as I was walking back up the stairs, I said to myself, don't ever, at his age, not say goodbye to him when you're leaving. Don't take that for granted. And I went upstairs and went to bed. And that was the last lucid moment I ever had with him. Oh my God. These are all my tissues. It's totally disgusting. Moonlight Sonata. This is it. This is what I put on the other day. And you'll see it in the video. Oh, and also, while I was sitting here mourning him, Skip's upstairs cleaning the bed because he shit and puked all over the bed. Skip's up there doing that. I put Muggsy here in front of the TV. I play Moonlight Sonata. I think for his fans, I'm going to give you 5 minutes to say goodbye to Muggsy in this way. I am not going to talk to you. I'm not going to say anything, and we're not going to have a live stream. But I'm going to hit live for 5 minutes, and I'm going to show you him in his little casket. I didn't show you him, but I showed you this little casket, and there he was laying in state, just like any other important person in the world. And I gave you guys that. So if you guys do want to mourn him, you have that 5-minute live stream. And I put this Moonlight Sonata on. It is literally 4 minutes long, and it just kept repeating and repeating and repeating after the live stream. I couldn't shut it off. Couldn't shut it off. And right now, it's literally like the only thing I can listen to. I don't know why. And then when I woke up this morning, I look out there and there's the moon. And it looks so bad. I am a green witch. I love the moon. It has never looked so ugly to me. Why is that? Why does the sky look so bad to me right now? So I have this picture of him on the wall. It's really amazing. It's like on a canvas, you know? Look at that. That is an amazing fucking shot. But I do want to show you this one over here too. Okay. So there he is wearing his brown shirt. But I want to show you some things underneath here. That's his candle from his 24th birthday a year ago when he had his carrot cake. You can see it on the TikTok. You can't see it on my page because Melissa took all my shit down. There's some hair I cut off of him. There's his 25 birthday candle. And here's his little footprint I made. That was a year ago. So I have that up there. I'm glad I took some of his hair. I did that just yesterday before he left. Let me get back to Melissa. I'm pretty pissed about this because this keeps coming back to me. I only have content on this page since I got my channel back. I had to restart everything again. Do you know how many videos of Muggsy? Years and 16 years worth of videos I had of Muggsy on this channel. That some fucking meth head, fat piece of shit that got mad at me took down. Look, I've had this channel since 2007. I've only been a YouTuber for 3 years, but as long as I've had my rescue dogs, that's one of the things I posted on here. My Queen Bee and Jorge, my double bonded pair, I had before and after videos of them. All of my dogs that have passed away, they were on there. But today, when my channel was taken down, I was upset about that. I was upset that I lost my wedding videos. But today, I feel specifically ripped off by dope girl Melissa because she took down all those videos of Muggsy. Her and CY on the beat. And they just didn't press delete on my page. They had to go through every video, every short to take that down. So I'm reactivated by that today because I should be able to go back and see those videos that I had put up there for this day, for when I didn't have Muggsy, that I could go back and look at those pictures of him, those videos of him when I had first adopted him, and maybe I could have reminisced and seen my other dogs. But no, thank you, Melissa, dope girl. You're such a piece of shit, the most insecure person in the world. You had to take all my shit down. So I have to revisit that today. Because I only have shit on my channel since the end of the summer. So all this together today has made me a little insane. And I don't know how I'm going to get through the day. I might have to go do dishes now. I'm a housewife. It's what I do. I clean. There's never dishes in my sink. I don't know how I'm going to do my dishes right now. I have no idea. How am I going to do the dishes? I have no idea. And I just turned off the TV. And the phone's dying. There we go. Thank you for the battery pack at Life of Chloe B. So, happy Sunday. I couldn't even name this stream Sunday Church today because I don't feel like I'm in church. I feel like I'm in hell. Look, I don't wish Muggsy was here and that he was back. I'm not crying because I miss him. I'm crying because of this violent fucking death that he went through. And, yeah, I miss him too. But this death was so violent, and there was so much leading up to it. There was so many seizures that I didn't tell you guys because, A, why would I tell you? Okay? B, when he had those seizures, it wasn't like he didn't come out of them. He would come out of them the next day and be trotting around and like wagging his tail and trying to mount Baxter for the past 2 weeks. I've been making videos of that. Muggsy's been horny, trying to mount Baxter, wagging his tail, chasing Baxter like a puppy. But then, yet the night before he had a seizure where I thought he was going to die. But none of those seizures were like this last one, you guys. And he's on seizure medication. He takes seizure medication 3 times a day with other things for his issues. He's on hospice meds that were helping him be comfortable and live. They weren't going to keep him alive, but they were going to keep him healthy enough to be comfortable while he was here. And that was their only point. And believe me, there was a lot of them, and they were very expensive. And we didn't care about that. Muggsy came first. I want to thank Muggsy's fans. He had fans. He had people that loved him. He had people that called him Tiny Mugamoo. He had people that just, when I streamed, they wanted to see him. People looked forward to his videos. They cheered people up. They made people look differently at rescue dogs and at senior dogs and at relationships between a human and a dog in general. So I'm glad that you guys got to meet Muggsy because he was an angel, a spiritual being put here in little dog clothes to test us all. And I'll tell you who lost that test: Deebsy, Janny, and Melissa, by making fun of him. How cruel. You people want to come at me, you come at me. But now looking back on how you came at my little tiny dog, you're pieces of shit. It shows your character. And it shows that you didn't have the balls and that I was too powerful for you to come at me because you were scared of me. So you had to go for a little defenseless dog. And it makes you the worst kind of scum on this earth. And as for Melissa Dope Girl and CY on the Beat, as they took down every single video of Muggsy on my page, well, that's why you're riding a tricycle around California doing meth, fatty. And believe me, Muggsy's looking down on me and his fans and loving us, and he's going to watch over us all. And you three, he's going to watch you fail. Look, Janny, he's a clipper. It's kind of his job, so I kind of give him a pass. Melissa, she was stupid and on meth. So in a way, I give her a pass. No, I don't give a pass Deebsy. Because he had his little stupid show every morning. And he'd either make fun of me, but when he couldn't make fun of me, he sat there and made fun of my dog, Deebsy. Dylan from Wichita, Kansas, who lives with his mom, with his dirty sheets. Made fun of a little dying dog. after I befriended that man and never did anything to him. And he used me for content so that he could get numbers on his page. That little faggot Dylan made his own bed. And what a pathetic piece of shit he is. What a pathetic piece of shit Melissa and CY on the beat are. To all of you that did Muggsy wrong, I thought it was funny and, you know, on the playing field before and this and that, but looking back on that, man, that really showed your guys' character. It really showed how disgusting some people on YouTube can be. And, I kind of don't want to be a part of it anymore. I don't know how I'm ever going to live stream again and be like twirling for you all and spinning and happy. I don't know how that's going to happen again, because I realize that a lot of people on this platform hate me, hate my life, want to hurt me. Some of those people called animal control on me over the summer. They swatted me. Some people think I'm lying. But no, there I sat in my backyard with my 3 dogs and I watched animal control pull up to my front door. It was the same guy I knew, same guy I worked with, but he had to follow up on this, and he had never been in my house. Maybe y'all were right. Maybe there was dead dogs in here in boxes that I was keeping. Maybe I was beating my animals to death like you told them. But he came in, he knew me, he saw me, and he said, oh my God, when can you foster one of our dogs? So the levels that you guys have gone to hurt me through hurting my animals has been, you couldn't have done any worse. You guys swatted me with animal control. I don't even care about how after that the police came and wanted to look for assault weapons in our house. Who cares about that? You guys put my animals at risk just because I live streamed and wanted to share my life with you. And a couple of you didn't like me, so you chose to do these things to me. I've been cool about it. Go over and take a look at Janny's page. Look at how he talks about my husband being a murderer. Look how he talks about me being so old and such a liar that I have no right to be on here. Look how he talks about Muggsy. There's no way Muggsy could have been 25, even though I've had him for 16 years, and professionals and the people that left him said he was not. I'm kind of sick of taking the abuse, honestly. And I've taken more abuse as a streamer than I think any of the streamers I've watched, because none of you other streamers have had your channel taken down and your content removed of your dog who's now gone, who was your child. I don't know how to compartmentalize this today. I wasn't even going to come on here and tell you this, but I thought if I do anything, this might be my last stream. Maybe I do this for Muggsy, because Muggsy does have fans. Muggsy does have people that love him. And strangely, I have people that love me too. But you know what? The people that love me, sometimes the people that hate me overtake that. Look, I'm a redheaded stepchild. I've been getting bullied in school and abused in my home since I was a little girl. So when I come to YouTube and start sharing my beautiful life now, and then the same thing happens to the point where meth head Melissa's and her CY are taking down all Muggsy's shit, and Janny's posting this, and Deebsy's having a morning show talking badly about Muggsy, I got through that presently when it was happening. But now, looking back on it, why did I bother? For what? Maybe I shouldn't have shared Muggsy with you guys. Maybe I should have kept him private, so that nobody could have made fun of him through me or tried to hurt me by hurting him. Because I'll tell you what, Muggsy was here next to me every time I streamed. Muggsy was next to me when I had the camera off and I was talking to Skippy, and I would be sitting here crying about what was on Janny's page and why are these people doing this to me? And why did Melissa, my girlfriend, do that to me? And why is everyone saying that the cancer that I shared with you all is fake? A, I had to go through cancer. B, I was brave enough to share it with you all. Then people like Janny put it all over his page saying it's fake. And then the people that supported me, like iPowers and people like that, go on the page and say LOL. So funny, ha ha ha. I'm kind of sick of it. I'm not a punching bag. I am a beautiful human being that does beautiful things. I'm fucked in the head, but I admit that. But I'm a nice girl, and I have nice things to offer. And I've been putting that out there, and every time I do, I get fucking smacked back down by somebody here on fucking stupid YouTube that won't show their face. Well, I show mine every day, here with no makeup on, sobbing. So I don't know if this is worth it to me. Maybe I picked the wrong thing. Maybe I shut this shit down and I write my book I was going to write. And I got a couple new chapters to write about the YouTube in it. When I had my cancer, I not only needed support from you guys, but I gave support to other people, to strangers who might have skin cancer and needed to deal with it. And I know at least 2 people that I really did help. But what about those people that made fun of me? Made fun of me so bad that left me. People like iPowers. People like Yasmina. What about Yasmina? Fucking chatter. IP2 chatter. Never shows her fucking face. Came in here every day, talking to me on her porch swing, making friends with me, talking to me about my cancer. Then I go over in someone else's chat, and what is she saying about me? Oh yeah, Cleveland. She's a real big liar. She's a real big piece of shit lying about her cancer. And her dog's not 25. What about Trent, 123, who helped me get my page back? He was so nice to me. I wouldn't have this channel back if it wasn't for Trent. I didn't watch him. He wasn't my cup of tea, but he helped me, and I thanked him. What happened then? He came in my chat one morning, and Danger Ranger and I were making jokes. He didn't like those jokes. So then he went into Deebsy's chat room, said I was a piece of shit, my cancer was fake, and that I'm lying about my dog's age. I remember all these things today. Because you can lie about my cancer, you can lie about me, you can make up clips, you can have, even when Steve was mad at me, and he's not anymore, and we're friends, everyone go subscribe to @Steve's Alive, but when he was mad at me, and he had a 7.5-hour live stream against me, that's fucking unheard of. That affected me. And none of it on there was real. Since then, I've become friends with Steve, and he knows that that wasn't real. But it still happened to me. Can you imagine, any one of you, if you came on here and you said some 5 beautiful things about your life, someone took that beautiful part of it, twisted it, made it into something else, changed that narrative, and then posted lies about it with your face? That happens to me all the time. It happened to me in a 7.5-hour live stream. That hurt me. That will hurt me for the rest of my life. I'm not mad at Steve about it because that was his job. And he was good at his job, and he didn't like me at the time, and I was making videos about him. Him and I are fine now, and we're friends. But things like that are always going to hurt me. Melissa took my channel down a long time ago. You'd think I'd be over that, wouldn't you? Not today, when I could have used this channel to look back at my pictures of Muggsy today. I could have used this channel to look back at my pictures of my other bonded pair, Bridget and Sadie. There were so many videos of them on there. The videos of my ferret and He-Man. The videos of my entire cat family. You guys know Kittler. There she is. There's Kittler, the little baby on the left, suckling from her mother. I had the videos of her mother giving birth. Not giving birth, but right after, on all the baby kittens. All that's gone. So you tell me, why should I continue to do stuff on YouTube when people are still clipping me, still making fun of my dog, still making fun of me? Do you remember the Gish week? You remember the week that everybody gave me this information about Gish, and I already knew this information about Gish because Gish and Janny were doxing me and my husband in every chat room available? you think that was a fun week for me? It was planned that I go unhinged that week, that I let people know what Gish was doing, that I let people know what Janny was doing. And I fucking took the brunt for it. I made myself look like an asshole for it. And I lost a lot of people. Where's Dr. Cushman? Where are you at, boo? Where's all these chatters that thought I went unhinged that week? But hey, everybody else who posted the shit on Gish after I did and knew about it, let's listen to them. But me, whose life was ruined, who got boxes of shit, who got emails that threatened, you guys know I'm not VP. I'm not talking shit. I have a cyber detective. I have an open cyber case right now where I, once a month, go to Lakewood Police Department. They take my phone, they plug a device into it, and they take every single text message and email off of there. And the illegal ones, the people that are harassing me privately at my home still, they try to find them. The police don't know who those alts actually are because they're fake, but they're trying to figure it out. And they have on one. And they've contacted that one person on those fake alts saying, hey, this is Lakewood Police Department. What you're doing is illegal. If you do another thing like this, we will come find you and we will arrest you. It's hard because it's over state lines, and it's hard because people have alts. But what people are doing to me and have been doing is illegal. Not only is it illegal, it's not good for my mental health. And it's not nice. And I've come on here trying to be nice. I was so naive when I first started streaming. I really believed nobody would troll me because I was a nice girl. I really believed that people would take my narrative and want to learn from it, or just want to maybe be my friend, or think I was good live streaming. No. They wanted to take that nice girl, her nice narrative, twist it and make me look ugly and make me look bad. And the same with Muggsy. Why would I lie about Muggsy's age? Why? Why would I lie about anything on here? Look, I'm a live streamer and I misspeak sometimes. I get dates wrong because I don't remember things correctly. I get words wrong. I get a lot of things wrong. But I didn't realize there'd be a couple of you out there just being like, ooh, she used the wrong word. Let's make a video and let's put everything from her past out there and let's hurt her dog on top of it too. Oh, and let's bring her husband in there too. Let's tell everybody her husband is a fucking murderer and put him in 19 videos. My husband had an accident over 20 years ago where he lost his best friend. Yeah, it was drinking and driving accident, but he did his time and he never drank again and he never drove again. And it doesn't make who he is. I think you guys know who Skippy is. He's a hardworking man who changed his life and is a good man. We all have skeletons in our closet. We all have pasts. And I did talk about that on my stream once or twice, but it wasn't something I led with. And then when you all started knowing about it and wanting to know about it, it wasn't your business because I knew you had bad intentions. And the second that a couple people did find out the actual truth, because it's public, you could go look up Skippy and see about the accident. And those people did that. You know what those other people also did? But I got to them first because I saw them in a chat room. Yeah, it was Gish and Janny in a chat room, in Deebsy's chat room. And they said, how can we get Cleveland? How can we make Cleveland's life awful? I was watching the whole thing. I saw the whole thing. Janny said, oh no, it was Gish, said, well, have you seen her Google reviews? Her Google reviews she's got at least 50 of them, and she's got pictures on there of her vets, of her family. We could really get her like that. A couple other people chimed in, but I'm gonna leave those people out because I have let those people, I have forgiven those people. But I will never forgive Janny and Gish and Deebsy. They tried to dismantle my life by making things about my life that were none of your business public. What is none of your business? Who my vet is, a picture of him, a picture of my husband. Not because, look, Skip's cute as fuck. He doesn't want to put himself out there just like most of you don't want to. So for Janny to go and do that, it's not their place. If I want to talk about Skip's past, I will do that, and I have. But it's not for y'all to then come in, go do research, find it out on files, then make clips of it on Janny's thing or whatever, having Skip wearing a fucking thing in jail. It's not cool. Okay? I'd like to know what Janny did 25 years ago, because I know that Eugene, who lives in Kentucky with his one leg, he does simp for a pedophile, and that's a fact. People say he's a pedophile and that he lives in his car with his 3 little kids. Have you ever heard me say that? No. How many videos does Janny have about me that aren't true on his channel? Well, that's probably true, what I just told you. And you know what's true about Melissa. And you also know what's true about Deebsy. Let's just... I'm kind of sick of the abuse. And I am so mad that I allowed them to abuse Muggsy when he was alive. And I am so mad now that I made friends with Melissa. And now I don't have decades worth of videos on this channel to go and reminisce today. So I feel lost. I don't know what to do. I just got remonetized. I just got my Prism. I was just working on TTS. I am just about to get $400 sent to me from YouTube. Okay? I haven't had a job since I've been married to Skip. Since I was a stripper, when Skip took me out of the strip bar, I haven't had my own money. You guys, this $2.71 right there, it's the first time I've had my own money since I've been monetized on YouTube. I don't care anymore. I all of a sudden don't want it. Because what next? Am I gonna say the wrong sentence next week and there's going to be 8 videos made of me and how I'm a big liar and how people should hate me and how I'm too old and I'm so ugly and my wrinkles are horrible? Well, I'm proud of my wrinkles. Y'all are going to get wrinkles. And you shallow people are going to get Botox and surgery. And I'm not shallow. So I should be looked at as something a little bit better. I'm looking at myself right here. I'm a beautiful girl. I don't have makeup on and I've been crying and sobbing and snot coming out of my nose for the past hour. You're going to make fun of me? Why? Because it's the thing to do on YouTube? Well, maybe I don't want to be on YouTube anymore. Maybe I don't want to make friends with people anymore that are going to be assholes to me and hurt my feelings and turn on me. Because Deebsy was my friend, and he turned on me for no reason. Janny was my friend. I'm on his channel with Daisy and VP. He wouldn't have gotten those interviews if it hadn't been for me. I asked him a lot of advice. I looked up to Janny. He was my buddy. Until what? Until just one day him and Gish wanted to fuck me up? Why? And then what happened? They proceeded to dox me. For that all last summer. You guys knew when I was going down to 83 pounds, shit was going on. You don't even know half the doxing shit. You do know what it's like to have being swatted, to have cops and animal control come to your house? To have fucking boxes of shit delivered to your house that's not yours? That you don't want? The amount of maxi pads boxes I had delivered, the Bibles delivered, the emails saying that you're going to come to my house, kill Skip, kill my 3 dogs, skin Muggsy, put him on a stake in the front yard and behead him. I don't tell you guys that shit. But I kind of had enough. I put myself out here for y'all, this nice girl, showing you my life. And I don't feel good about it today. What I do want to say is I want to thank the people that have been here to support me and that love me, and you are there. And I see you, and I have seen you. And those people that love Muggsy, boy, did that warm my heart. He actually has fans. He actually has people that love him. And it's so beautiful. But I'm sorry, today I can't stop thinking about y'all that have hurt us. I can't. I'm mad, and I'm being protective of Muggsy. And I think somewhere up there, Muggsy is maybe saying, Mommy, maybe this isn't the best for you. Because he would see me with this camera off, sitting here having this discussion I'm having with you right now with Skip. And Skip would say to me, well, they're either jealous, and you can keep going on, and, you know, making yourself a public figure, you're going to have that, or you can just quit. And I would be so innocent and so naive, and I would say, Skip, can't I just, like, do this and not have people hate me or want to kill me or want to kill my dog? And he was like, probably not. So I didn't sign up for that part. And I don't like that part. And that part is gross. Deepsy, I fucking hate you. Janny, I fucking hate you. Melissa, I fucking hate you. CY on the beat, I fucking hate you. You people did damage to my actual real life. You tried, Gish, but you're too much of a loser to do so. Gish is too busy playing Roblox with the children and grooming them. So, the one video I've been wanting to post lately is one my friend gave me, and it's VP on her channel saying, "Hi Deebs, hi Gish." Why does VP get a pass? Why does VP get to be friends with pedophiles and pedophile simps? And you guys want to watch that. Because VP was one of my best friends the past 2 years, and I fucking walked away from her because she allowed me and my husband to be doxxed in her chat over and over and over and over and over again for a good hour. And she didn't take any of that out of there. What you guys don't know about streamers is if I see in my chat anyone's address, I don't care who it is. It's going to come out of there because that's dox. VP is a big hypocrite. She said she doesn't allow people to dox. You can't self-promote in her channel. If you say the word fucking IBL or yourself in her channel, she will delete you. She will say that if you're doxing people, she will delete you. Well, I had a 3-hour FaceTime phone call with her the day before about how such good friends we were. And all she wanted was screenshots on Gish. And I gave her those screenshots on Gish. And you know what her answer back to me was? "Oh my God, ugh, now I have to do something." Do you know what she did? You know what she did? She pushed live the next day, super fucking high on meth, and she allowed Deepsy and Janny and Gish to dox me and my husband in her chat over and over and over. And she allowed it. How do I know? Because I watched. VP, what did she do? She sat there in her chat and went, oh my God, what are you guys doing? Why is this scrolling by in my chat? What am I going to do? Okay, I'm just going to leave it there. Really? Really? Hypocrite meth head? You're going to leave it there? I don't care if it was Joe Schmo from Topeka, Kansas, docs. You're going to leave it there? But me, your girl? You're going to just let that go? Fuck you. And fuck any of you who watch VP. Her being friends with Gish, who fucking is a known fucking pedophile with her own child. Been proven. And now she has Janny back in her chat. Janny, who made fun of her. VP is so fucking desperate for likes and attention that she'll let the people that hurt her in her chat. I don't allow that. Okay? Because I have morals. She does not. So I'm kind of sick of the friends I had. Daisy, VP, Melissa. YouTube is fun for me, but I don't know why it should be with everything that's been happening to me. I should take this fucking shit and delete it. That's what I should do. I should never engage again, and I should write a book about all of this. 1,000 years.
Getting that from YouTube.
This is going to be the first song that I've listened to since Muggsy's died.
Just look down. All right, just look
Another song I used to put in a lot of Muggsy's videos.
Yeah, all right, turn it that way from your end.
Because it reminded me of him. I have listened to nothing but Moonlight Sonata for the past day and a half. So I'm gonna go here and listen to one of Muggsy's songs that I used to play for his videos.
Fast colors and promises. How to be brave? How can I love when I'm afraid to fall? Watching you stand alone. All of my doubt suddenly goes away somehow. One step closer. I've died every day waiting for you, darling. Don't be afraid. I have loved you for 1,000 years. Loved you for 1,000. Time stands still. Beauty
I was never able to sit here. You've never seen me sit here. Me and Skip never have sat here before. We could never sit here before.
standing in front
Ugh.
of me. Every breath,
Ugh.
every hour has come to one step
Ugh.
closer. I have died every day waiting for you, darling. Don't be afraid. I have loved you for 1,000 years. I love you for 1,000 more. All along I believed I would find you. Time has brought your heart to me. I have loved you for 1,000 years. I love you for 1,000
Fuck, man.
step one step closer.
37 in chat. 59 likes. 271 in donos. What does that 10 mean? 10 what? 10 shares? 10 of you shared it? Thanks. I want to thank Only Cans right now. Only Cans. It's been one of the only friends, girlfriends, that I've had right now that's stuck by me. Only Cans checks up on me. Only Cans rides for me. When I'm unhinged, she lets me be unhinged. If I call her being crazy, she allows it. She calms me down. I want to thank you, Only Cans, for being a friend of mine. And I want to also thank you, Only Cans, for making this beautiful thing today. Only Cans made this today, you guys. Can we not see the prayer under it? There's a prayer underneath of it. I woke up to that today. Thanks for that, Only Cans. And thanks for being a friend to me. I want to thank Danny Phantom Live, for being such a good friend of mine. Look, it didn't start that way. He didn't know me when he was making that documentary. I was friends with Deebsy. But boy, did that turn around. And between Danny and Only Cans, I've really found some true friends here on YouTube. And I want to thank you too for supporting me the way you do, publicly and privately. I know a lot of people say, Danny's buddy trolling you, blah, 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 blah. Well, you know what? That's what we do. I buddy trolled Danny too, and you know what? We're actually buddies. So take that. A lot of you don't understand how content creators can actually be friends, and you might not understand that dynamic, and it might look weird to you. But I'm completely secure in who my friends are, and those are Danny and Only Cans, and I do not. A lot of people come to me and say different. And what I have to say to you people is fuck off, you're stupid. You don't have any friends, so you don't know how that works. My mods are my friends. Some of you I don't know. Heather, I've never met you, but I know you and you're there for me all the time. Basil, I kind of have met you because I've talked to you on the Instagram. Allison, ex-goddess Allison. We've been through a lot. And I'll tell you what, I called her this morning. I called her because I needed someone to talk to, and I haven't talked to Allison in a very long time. And I actually talked to her on chat and online, but I wasn't giving my number out to people anymore. Not after the Goddess Diana thing and not after my whole cyber thing. No. I need to be much more unavailable to people. And it had to be that way. But this morning I broke that and I called Allison because I needed someone to talk to. And I want to thank Mary. Mary, the goddess mermaid fairy. She may still be a goddess. She may not be talking to Daisy and she may not be happy with Daisy's situation right now, but she might still be a goddess. But that mermaid fairy is a good friend of mine, and I want to thank her too. So thank you to those people who come in to see me, take care of me. Marshall from South Africa, Alicia Holden. So thanks, guys. For all the ugliness that I've just endured on YouTube, there's been a lot of beauty too. Sluggo's Girl, Wayne Larson, those of you that have come over from Steve DeLive's chat room, and that's where I started. I was a Steve DeLive chatter. That's where I started. And how far I've come with Steve DeLive, I will say that I love that man. I respect him as a creator and a human being, and I love him. So there has been a lot of beauty for me on this YouTube, but the ugliness with Muggsy's death is taken over, and there's a lot that I can't handle right now. So if I dip out for a while, I may dip out for a while. I can't imagine me pressing live and wanting to spin for you or giggle. I just can't. I'm sure that will come. But look, I'm the Real Housewife of Cleveland. I say this all the time. You run into my diary. I may trauma dump. I may cry sometimes. I may be happy. I may laugh. But I'm really in this down slump right now. And I don't know if being on YouTube is the best for me. Look, I'm the first to say VP and Daisy and those people shouldn't be on YouTube because they don't have their shit together. I say that all the time, don't I? Well, I don't see how I could be on. What am I going to do? Fake it? Am I going to fake smile for you guys and spin? Because you guys certainly don't want to hit the button and watch me sob or watch me complain, right? You don't want to watch that, and I don't want to do that to you, even though this is my life diary. Like we gotta put some boundaries there, Jennifer. So I don't know how to move forward here. I don't. I've been faking a lot of this, pretending that a lot of what happened to me on YouTube was okay. And that I'm real strong and ha ha ha, I can get through it. You know what? It has broken me. It's broken me to the point where I weigh 86 pounds today. Okay? And I weighed 83 pounds over the summer, and I still can't get my weight back up because it's a lot of drama. And people are like, well, you're on here. No, I don't think so. I don't think I'm creating drama. I just wanted to share my life and become friends with a couple people. Really. I don't know where it all went left from there. Okay? I don't know how my channel's gone. I don't know how I can't go see pictures of Muggsy now. And now that Muggsy's gone, it has just brought so much to me. I just think of all the times that Muggsy was sitting right here behind me. And I'm sitting here talking to Skip about this shit. Getting upset. He went off my energy. He hung on to every little bit of energy I had. And if I'm sitting here upset talking about this, it upset him. Why am I wasting my life doing that? I should have been not talking about this. I should have been like, this is great. How you doing? Skip, the best thing happened to me yesterday. I was walking down the street and this person smiled at me and I picked a flower. No, I should be talking about this ugly shit that I'm sharing with you guys. That's not why I started being a YouTuber. Okay? I know VP, a lot of these other people like to have the drama, they like to press live, they like to have their content being going macing someone and seeing the reaction. That's not me. Okay? I just wanted beautiful sparkles and a little bit of a community here of older people that might understand me and want to be real. And all I got was that twisted around and me to be made into some bad person, that my dog was some sort of bad thing. I don't get it. So I have so many weird feelings today. The chat's still stuck through. I haven't looked at chat since I've been streaming. I'm sorry. I don't really want to hear people ask about my vagina right now. And for the people that are my friends that I've mentioned just now, and the ones that I forgot, I'm sure there's plenty of people that I love dearly that they're like, oh, she didn't mention my name. Look, I'm not all there right now. You know I have memory issues. I can't remember everyone right now. I'm just going to say it. The person that's been there for me the most has been Danny. And I'm going to thank Danny. And the person that's been there for Skip the most has been Danny. Skip and I have been put through the ringer a little bit this past year. And just because we have a history and we may have some skeletons in our closet, A, it may be none of your business. B, it's mean to take someone's personal life that's already giving you the big parts of... Like, why would I ever lead with that? Why would it ever be your business? Why would I think that would be a fun live stream? It doesn't give you guys the right to run me and my family and our past of 25 years ago across the coals like it matters now. I don't get it. And to try to make some narrative that me and my husband are some kind of bad people when we have done nothing but change our lives, and we are like the nicest, coolest people you will ever meet. And we would never do that to other people. And we've been talking a lot about this. You know, there's reasons Skippy on his channel doesn't do this. He thinks I'm insane. He would never talk to you guys. He would never put himself in this position. And look what happened to him. All my haters came after him so horribly. Okay, Muggsy is a dog, and he knew it. My husband is a grown man who is a good man and works hard. And he had to look at numerous videos being made about him that took some truth and made the rest of it very, very ugly. Why? Why did you do that to my husband? Why? Why is that valid to my live streaming between you and me and our parasocial relationship right now? Why does what Skippy did 25 years... I could see if he was drunk and beating me and driving around right now, but the man works 16 hours a day usually, so I don't have to. Provides all this for me and our animals. Never drove again, never drank again. Did his time in Mansfield prison for 2 years. On top of that, it wasn't like he was driving drunk somewhere and hit someone on the road. He and his best friend were in a car. Okay? His best friend died. That was his best friend. You don't think that has an effect on Skip? Skip didn't just walk out of the car like, hey, everything's fine. No, no, no. Like, he lost most of his hip. He was really hurt. He was in the hospital for like a month. He didn't get a hip replacement, but part of his hip was replaced. Okay? So it's not like it's made out to be. People do bad things. People have accidents. People lose their best friends in their accidents, and they learn horrible lessons, and for some reason that's their life. You want to judge that? Go right ahead. But you might want to leave me and Muggsy out of that. We weren't there then. What does that have to do with my live streaming, Jenny? Do you really have such little content that you have to be making shit up or looking into my husband's past and be making that? That's sick, and that makes me never want to stream again. That makes me want to delete my channel. Like y'all said I did before. Why would I fucking delete my channel, assholes? Because you think I wanted attention? Get the fuck out of here. If I want attention, I'll go on Hinge and I'll get attention by making videos. I'm not going to take my past life history down from 2007 with all my memories on it. And then Janny was like, oh, you didn't lose anything. Your stuff's all still on Flickr. Yeah, I have some pictures on Flickr, a public site. There's no videos. My wedding videos aren't there. All the videos of my dogs that passed aren't there. Why do people think that I am made of steel and I deserve to lose everything and deserve to be like abused on YouTube? And when I say that to Skippy, you know what his answer is to me? He says, because you put yourself out. So do I fix that? Do I stop putting myself out there? Maybe. Here's the moon I saw this morning. I took a picture of it and it was so ugly. I woke up and this is what I saw. I said, why does the moon look so ugly in my backyard? It doesn't. It looks just fine like it always does. It's just that Muggsy was gone and I was upset about that. Okay, so this was right after he died. Muggsy is dead there. Absolutely fucking dead dog hand there. But I wanted to take a picture of me holding his hand. And now when I see it, I don't love it. Because he was dead. I held his hand and held him the whole time he was alive. I do have a picture of him laying in state. There is laying in state. Alright, so this is the ruffle thing around, you know, he's inside there, and then draped inside there is his little blanket. You probably recognize he got that blanket for his birthday. That is his red and black Jack and Sally blanket. And that mound right there, you'd recognize that too. That's his blue blanket with the ruffles that he always had before this one. So he's laying in there in this blanket, and he has the blue blanket covering him with his little head out. I wasn't going to cover his head. When he was dead, you guys, he looked as cute as when he was alive. He didn't look any different. A lot of my dogs, when they die, they get like a bloated face, or their eyes are crazy, or their mouth is like, ah. No. His tongue was out. His little tooth was, well, first the lip was over the tooth, and then the rigor mortis set in, so I did have to remove the lip so his tooth stuck out, because I thought that was important. Allison sent me a text today, and she said that his Muggsy was known so much for his tooth. She said, don't take this the wrong way, and I didn't, Allie. She said, but he was so known for his tooth that I think you should keep it. Trust that, you know, it crossed my mind because that tooth is very loose and it was falling out of his head. Also, we've gone through so many dogs that have had teeth issues like this. I literally have little boxes of dog teeth around here, you guys. Tons of dog teeth I have around here. But no, I wasn't going to save his tooth. I wasn't going to pull it out of his head. What I did do for him was I brushed him. First I washed him with a wet, soapy washcloth everywhere. You know, he had shit himself, so I made sure he was completely clean. Then I brushed him, and then I stuck his little tongue in his mouth, and he was like this. And after rigor mortis was done, that only takes a few hours, then I shut his eyes, and they did shut. And they stayed shut. And that's when Skip went and got flowers. And we got about 3 bouquets of flowers from the grocery store, different types. And we take them all out of the thing, and we get scissors and cut them up, and we lay them around him. We also got a bunch of pictures. We have pictures laying around, and we do this every time. We put pictures in there of me and Skip and the other animals. Baxter, Killer. Yeah, because that's what we do. And that was all wrapped up with Mugamoo. Oh, and a rib bone. We had ribs the night before. Yeah, we got takeout from a really expensive rib place the night before. Muggsy was fine the night before. He had a little bit of the ribs. And I kept thinking, oh, he probably wants some of this rib bone. And I even held it to him. He had a little bite. But I'm not going to give Muggsy a rib bone. That's not safe. So we had a rib bone the next morning, you know, in the garbage right over there. Muggsy's laying here dead. We're putting things in there for him. And it was my idea. I said, do you think that he'd want that rib bone to take with him Skip said, yeah, he would like that rib bone to take with him. Another thing we also always do for him is pennies. We give 2 pennies for the ferryman so that he can get across the river Styx. This time we give 4 pennies, so in case he needed extra or whatever. I think that's all we get. He didn't get a toy because Muggsy has never played with a toy in his life. He is too good for toys. He hates toys. The only dog in this house who plays with toys is Killer. So that's how Muggsy left. We wrapped him up within the blanket. I did make a short today. You could see me holding Muggsy in the blanket right before Skip took him. I put ribbon around the blanket and tied it with ribbon. I made a bouquet of flowers for the outside. So in the ribbon, in the bow on the outside, there were flowers on the outside. Just to be sure everything's safe, because he's going to be in the freezer at the vet's, and he's going to be transferred to the crematorium, which is about 20 minutes outside Cleveland, I guess, So I wrote his name, Muggsy Letter, put it at the bottom of his blanket, and then I covered that in packing tape, just so they didn't get him confused with anybody else. So that's what I did. I don't like any of these backgrounds. Nothing will do. Let's see. Where's my tiny Mugamoo? All the pictures I have of Muggsy are going to be too big to put back there. Oh, shit. I just almost ended stream. Alright, enough with the antics. Shall I look at chat? Let's go. Wow, I'm going to have to go pretty far down. Hello. Okay, I'm going past. I see a super chat from Claire. Thank you, Claire. I love you, Claire, and you're one of the people that I forgot to mention. Claire is one of the people that I do talk to on Instagram also. So you are one of the people I forgot. And also, when all that stuff went down with Melissa, Claire was ride or die for me. Okay? Claire was there for me. Claire did shit for me. Okay, Sluggos Girl, thank you for this heart. And Paper Seatbelt, you are one of the people that I should have named as well. Paper Seatbelt, you're very important to me. More than you know. I consider you a girlfriend in my life. And the fact that we went through something like we went through, Paper Seatbelt, just makes me love you more. Okay? The way you came back to me showed me your true character. You are an amazing girl. And that's it. And I'm proud to be your friend. And Claire, you've been such a strength for me. Strength. You guys don't know this, but Claire does. And I knew who Claire was a good year, maybe 2 years before she even knew my name, before I even spoke to her. And the fact that she will talk to me on the Instagram, the fact that she will actually be my friend, not just a chatter, it's important to me. It's the Sluggos Girl. Her and I used to beef, and she's a very important part of my life right now. I love that girl. And I think that when you meet someone on the internet, you have a hardship with them, but then you come back to each other. It's made such a difference to me. These women that I'm talking about now are huge. They're not all women, I want to say one of the most important people on YouTube to me is Shepard. I don't know if he's here right now. Sometimes he can't come to chats. Sometimes he goes missing because he has a life. But I will say this out loud. Shep has been a fucking rock for me. Okay? Shep has been there for me before most of you even knew who I was. When nobody would come in my chat, Shep would come in my chat. I've told this story before too. When Steve did that 7.5 hour live stream on me, I was very hurt. And I was watching it in real time, and I stream sniped it. And I wanted to crawl in a corner, cut my head off, slit my wrists, and die. Okay? That's what I wanted to do. But instead, I stream sniped it and I sat there and I watched the whole thing. And Shep sat there with me on chat and talked me down. And he said, Jennifer, none of this is true. It's okay. This is what Clippers do. Don't react. So when Clippers go crazy on me, it's going to affect me a little bit, okay? But when I'm doing the right thing and tattletaling on Gish because she's a fucking pedophile, I feel good about that. But when trolls are coming at me because I'm just sitting here telling you about my life, I don't feel good about that, you guys. Sluggos Girl says, it took me a little bit to see the real you. Well, I'm a lot of different people too, Sluggos Girl, so there's that. And it took me a while on YouTube to get to what I am. Look, I've always been me, but I didn't know how to handle what was being shot at me. And what was being shot at me a lot was a lot of crazy shit, y'all. I'm a naive housewife from the Midwest, from Cleveland, okay? I don't get out much. I may have been a stripper, but I am a little bit naive, okay? So me becoming friends with Daisy the Venice Healer, I didn't handle that well. But I don't think a lot of you would have handled it better than I did. You wouldn't have even been able to do it. So I really, with this stuff, I know I have made a fool of myself numerous times. But hey, I admit that and I say, I'm an idiot. Let me try again. So, I don't know. And Clumsy is in here. Hi, Clumsy. Hi, sweetie. And Clumsy kind of knows a little bit of what I'm talking about Clippers, about the inner workings of YouTube, because Clumsy is on a fight as well. And I've had to dip out of that fight because it mentally destroyed me, and it almost destroyed my personal life with the doxings and the swattings. So Clumsy still be in fights that I respect him for, but he might understand why, aside from Muggsy, I'm weeping and talking about these things. Okay? It affects a person. You think about it when you're not on live stream. Claire, you own your shit, and that's what I adore. I take my hat off to you. Well, that's true. And I do own my shit. You know, I've gone, you know, my live streaming has been a process, you know. I was a chatter in Steve DeLive's chat room who watched Daisy the Venice Healer. I thought she was a spiritual, godlike being who was a healer. Okay? So I started clipping her, and then she wanted to meet me in her chat, and then I met her in her chat, and then we started talking on the phone, and then we become best friends. Okay? I wasn't ready for that, and I wasn't expecting Daisy the Venice Healer to be a meth head psycho asshole. Abuser, predator. Okay? I thought she was a healer. Thought she was a nice girl. Okay? So I've had my learn, and I got mad when she wasn't, and, you know, did my clip thing, then liked her again, did the flip-flopper thing, but, you know, when it comes down to it, it was just me finding myself. And I was real about it with you guys the whole time. That's what people do. I don't know if you guys, do you guys have friends? Because don't you, like, get into, like, tip with them, and you may not like them or talk to them, or you disagree, and then you don't talk to them for a minute, then you go back. I mean, I just think that's kind of how life works. I don't know, I don't think I'm that crazy, but I think that the choices I've made of trying to be friends with these idiot YouTubers and getting myself in these messes, yes. Not only has it hurt my reputation on here, it's hurt me on the inside. Like, I didn't want to feel those things, okay? I don't want to know about Gish on Roblox with her son. That's gross, okay? And then I say something about it and she's going to dox me. Well, then I'm going to get unhinged. Y'all are going to watch it for a week, and y'all are going to think I'm crazier than I am because I'm going to act like it because I need to get the word out about something. And then I go right back to regular programming. So you guys may think I'm insane, but sometimes as a YouTuber, you don't know what's going on behind the scenes too, okay? Clumsy will understand that. Daisy is a fraud, yes. And that hurt me, Sluggos Girl, because I loved her. I loved the fake Daisy the Venice Healer, okay? I loved the fake bullshit. She shit on me all over the phone calls at 6 a.m., at 6:40 a.m. And I said, Daisy, I'm sleeping. Please don't call back till later today. And then it's, 6:45 a.m. Oh, but Goddess, I have an idea. You could contact Oprah and get me on the Oprah show. Daisy, you must call me later. I love you. I mean, I really did. I put a lot of energy into her, okay? Energy. I tried to make boundaries. It didn't work. Energy was given to Daisy over and over and over and over. I thought she was worth it. When I realized who she was, I gave her one last chance this last time, and you guys saw that. And I knew who she was this last time, and I wasn't going to let her fuck up at any one turn. And the turn she decided to pick was the White Devil. And so that's the turn that I said, bitch, we gotta have a talk now. That's all that fucking happened. I didn't do anything with Dope Girl. I simply told Paper Seatbelt a lot of truths about how I was concerned about Dope Girl. So I don't blame Paper Seatbelt for anything. Paper Seatbelt thought she was doing the right thing at the time too. She thought she was protecting Melissa. So what do we learn by that? Don't protect Melissa. None of us. She ain't worth it. Because she wouldn't protect any of us. And that I know for sure. That I know for goddamn sure. And you know what? Can we all have a moment of silence for that poor little dog she abandoned? With the abuser that she was afraid to stay with? Oh, she said, I wouldn't leave my dog with that guy. And then she took all of her cosmetics and left her dog with that guy? Yeah. Shows how she felt about her dog and her child. Remember that time she said she would slit my throat if I talk about her kid again? What was I saying? Maybe not let your kid chat while you're painting on your tits and you're drunk? Maybe don't do meth this week so you can pass the drug test so you can see your kid? Like they give you the option every week, but you can never pass that drug test? Don't talk about my kids or I'll slit your throat. I'll tell you one thing, and I'm not supposed to say this. I'm not supposed to talk about my cyber case. But I will tell you this. That is the biggest thing they had on the YouTube. And I don't have them going after people on the YouTube. They're going after people that are fucking with me in my home. But they did look at my YouTube, and they said, who's this girl saying that she's going to slit your throat? Because a prosecutor wants something to do with her. And so I told them the whole story. I said, look, I don't expect you to go. This is just some meth-headed bitch that took my channel down. That's what that is. She talking shit. He said, well, what she's talking is illegal. She just legally threatened you online, and that is a cyber crime. Do you want us to go after her? I said, do you even think you could find her? She's on Bubble Boots' couch. Hanging out with Bubble Boots' underage minor kids and her husband. Good job, Bubble Boots. Good job. You're really helping her, aren't you? Jesus Christ. Why not let the women be women, fall on their own, and pick themselves up? You really helping her, Bubble Boots? Okay. You thought Dopehead Melissa was going to be your downfall the first time you saw me with her? Well, everyone said that. Everyone said that. Daisy the Venice Healer refused to fucking speak to her. Daisy Venice Healer said she was a fat piece of shit. She didn't want her in the Goddess Heart table. She wouldn't affiliate with her. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing it? Why would you talk to her? Everybody said, why would you hang out with that method? The one person that I trusted and I asked was Shep. I said, Shep, is she safe for me to talk to? She seems like a nice girl, and she seems like a girl I could kind of take under my wing. I got a lot of subs. She just started streaming. I watched her started streaming on Eric. She seems a bit of a mess. I wonder if I brought her on my channel, she might learn a little couth and a little manners, and she'd be a good streamer. Shep said, yeah, she's a nice girl. Go talk to her. Whoa, Sheppy Poo. So one time in his life, he was wrong, and he knows it. I don't think Shep has ever gone and talked to her again either, and he totally supports me. So yeah, I was wrong. I thought I saw something nice in her. I've since talked to Mike Brokoff about it. Brokoff called me one day on Instagram or FaceTime. I've never talked to him since, and I don't go in his chat. He was like, why did you give her your password? I thought she was a nice girl. He goes, well, she's a meth head. You know that, right? I said, no, I didn't know that. He goes, why did you think that she wasn't on meth? I said, well, I don't want to say. He goes, what, because she's fat? I said, yeah. He goes, that girl, he goes, I see her almost on a daily basis. She's never not on meth. Okay? That's one of the biggest meth head chicks in the world. You're going to be around her, you're going to get that back at you. So I have to be a little bit more careful of who I want to take under my wing and protect. I thought she was a homeless girl that needed help. Just like a Daisy. Who am I? I'm not Captain Save a Homeless Girl either. That's not what I was trying to do. I wasn't giving those girls money and I wasn't giving them advice. What I was doing was being a stable friend to them that they could look at on the YouTube and maybe want to be something like that. Maybe they'd want a Victorian home. Maybe they'd want a man to be monogamous with for 18 years. Maybe they'd want to go have a bathtub that they could take a bubble bath in. Just some thoughts I had. I never once, I think, intervened and tried to save a hoe. Birds of a feather flock together. Okay. Steve, are you saying that? Well, I don't even care what you're saying, Steve. Go away. How about that? I don't have the patience for it. I don't know what you mean. I don't even care. So, and now I'm kind of babbling. Thank you, Claire. I see that you took that out. I don't even need it today. I don't know what you meant. I could be taking it wrong. It could be mean like those women are birds of a feather that flock together. But if I have one inkling that you might be fucking with me right now, and I might be a little paranoid about that, I don't want it. And Sluggo's Girl, I'm reading this again. It took me a little time to see the real you. And the real me, I'm a real bitch too. And I'm a real asshole. And I can be mean as fuck. If you fuck with me, look, I had that Daisy the Venice Menace. But that page wasn't really that bad. I mean, I felt bad about it because I became friends with Daisy again. Daisy knew about it. She didn't want me to take the channel down. She loved that I made those videos of her. She loved that Allison made those videos about her. Daisy didn't care. And then when I became friends with Daisy again, she's like, Jennifer Nana, you must start making videos of me again. So that's when I started making nice videos of her. I really regret taking that Daisy the Venice Menace page down because those videos were really, really good. But I felt like I was doing something bad. I was just clipping. I was clipping her. I was showing her bad habits. And even when I liked her and I did it in a good way, I was still doing that. And she liked that. So I really had no reason to feel that bad about it. I shouldn't have hidden behind that the way I did. And I shouldn't have taken it down. So I regret that. But Sluggo's Girl, all those girls that you saw me be before too, I'm still them too. I just don't think you saw the nice girl in me. And that does overtake everything else. But for a while on the YouTube, I had to take all of my other things to block people, to be strong, to flex. I don't know how else to say it. So those are parts of me too. I have a million sides to me. I'm not bipolar by any means, but I'm a lot of different people, right? And I admit that, and that's what makes me real. That's why I can sob here today. Last time I was spinning for you, and then I can still sit here and make fun of Daisy and Melissa and cry how I'm sad that they're not my friends too. Okay? The fact that those women turned on me ever still hurts me. I still blame myself because I befriended meth head lunatics. No one should do that. But I myself am an eccentric girl. I couldn't befriend Karen on the internet. There's many live streamers that are my age, older, that are boring. Why didn't I go befriend one of those? I don't know. Because I like the crazy fucking wild people, because that's who I am. Father God. Just had Father God on my channel. People are like, oh, you're doing it again. You're good. I'm just really interested in cult stuff. I'm never going to be in a cult. Okay, I'm too smart for that. I have my strict beliefs. But as a YouTuber, I want to get that content on my channel. As a real person, I want to talk to Father God privately and pick his brain. Become friends with him. And that doesn't mean I'm going to join his cult. I'm really fucking interested in this shit. I just watched a show yesterday on 5 different cults I've never heard of. I'm not going to go contact them and be friends. But I'm just saying, I'm still a YouTuber. My future probably has a lot more of this to go on. I want to lean into becoming a podcaster more than what I'm doing right now. So me getting Daisy on my show, Okay, me even when I did things with VP on Janny's show. Okay, me doing things with Father God, me doing things with Melissa. I believe that is all a beginning and practice of things to come for me. Okay, I am progressing in my YouTube life. Look, I'm only 56 years old. I plan on being 105. We're just starting here on YouTube. Skip and I talk about how we're going to make this corner, with a little table with a nice podcast microphone. How you guys won't see the rest of. I don't film most of my house anyways. I don't want you guys even seeing that. You think I wanted to hear about my Christmas tree for the past month and how I was such a loser? No, I did not. My tradition's beautiful. So I want to get myself in a nice little corner and maybe do podcasts on Anunnakis, on the Book of Enoch, on The Real Housewife, episode 3, season 12. And oh my God, did you hear what Tamara said to Dorit? So I think I'm stepping up in a way, but those were things I had to do to learn. Look, I used to watch nothing but the RV, right? I can't watch that anymore. Like, you learn, you progress, you change. So all those people I was before, I'm still that. But maybe I needed to show you more of those things to get to that nice girl, right? But underneath, my intentions are always good. I'm never going out there like, ooh, I'm gonna make friends with Father God so he can be content. No, that just like organically happened. I liked that documentary years ago, was into it, liked their channel years ago. Sometimes I check out their channel because it's so weird and wild. Not because I want to be in their cult. And then a couple weeks ago, I even talked to Paper Seatbelt about this. I noticed they subscribed to my channel. And I was like, isn't that weird? Now, why would that happen? Did they subscribe to my channel? Because Daisy, because she's cult? Maybe because of, I am known on Reddit as Goddess Jennifer Nana. Did he see me on Reddit? Does he actually think I'm cult? I asked Danny about it. What do you think? Danny thinks that just maybe my algorithm, because I've had those kind of people on my channel, has gone to cult. I enjoy that kind of stuff. I'm never going to be in a cult. I'm not that stupid. And if anyone tried to come get me in their cult, Skippy would kill them, as you all know. So I'm going to have weird shit on my channel because that's why I wanted to be a YouTuber, was to get a hold of weird shit like Daisy the Venice Healer and crackheads like Melissa living in a van, putting on lipstick, selling porn out of her YouTube channel. I mean, my God, these things are interesting. And maybe I just got a little too close and got hurt. Not got hurt only as like, oh, they're not my friends anymore, but got hurt like, oh, they're going to come. I'm getting emails where they're going to hurt my dogs. Now, Janny's doxing me. I'm all over Clippers. It's, So I'm going to be more careful with going forward in the future. But there's only more of this to come. I'm going to escalate it. If you go back and watch like RV and people like that, they're still doing the same thing. If you go watch Daisy, she's still talking the same 5 sentences about biodiversity and freeing the zoo animals. If you go watch Melissa, she's still fat, eating, and on Bubble Boots' couch, not doing one thing for herself. I don't want to be that girl. I want to constantly be elevating and escalating and being better. Obviously, I'm not going to move out of this house right now, but we are talking about it. I mean, we are talking about getting a place after this with land where I could get a little barn with some chickens. Can you imagine that content, you guys? So I want you to know that I'm streaming for different reasons. You're never going to see me, even when I do IRL. I go out and do IRL because I like to walk around and meet people, not because I want to be like Eric and Mace homeless people. I want to meet homeless people, and I want to give them money and weed and hear 5 minutes about their story. That's the difference in me. So I promise you I'm not like any of these other live streamers. And these other live streamers I used to watch coming up, VP, Eric, all them, I'm not watching them anymore. Why would I? And if you're under 18 years old, you cannot be in my chat. Okay? Chat is 18 and over. Chat is 30 and over. Get the fuck out, kids. Dean is 41. He's fine. Did you see me? I just did a VP. Did you see my VP move? I'll do it again. I know. I have dry lips. It's actually not meth. In VP's case, when this happens, it's meth. Or if she does one of these. Oh, my neck just cracked when I did it. Let's go, Claire. Let's fucking go, Claire. I'm doing a VP right now. Let's do it. Okay. So, done and done. So we know who our friends are and our friends are not. And we aren't going to be making friends with YouTubers anymore that are druggies and mental. Look, I'm mental enough that I have to take care of myself. I can't be having mental friends. I need calm, normal friends is what I need. Dean trying to pick up Claire in chat. Claire, someone's always hitting on you in my chat. Claire is the most popular chatter I've ever met. Unless you are a millionaire, the best looking man in the world, and the smartest man in the world, don't you dare go for my Claire, because that's the only thing she deserves. You normal, regular chatter boys, don't even. She's like, as if. Okay. So thank you for watching me weep. Thank you for letting me get that out. Thank you for listening to Muggsy's story. Thank you for understanding that today I'm mad about a lot of things that are misdirected anger. Okay? I have no reason to be mad at Melissa today. The fact that I just can't go back and look at pictures on my YouTube, boy, did that piss me off. So I'm going to go there today. Okay? So I went there. It is what it is, you guys. This is grief. This is mourning. I didn't just lose my dog. I just lost my son of 16 years. And that son I adopted with special needs. And he was already 9 years old and abused. So if you relate that, women or men, to a child, that's what I'm going through. So it's a lot. And look, I'm a professional at this. This is what I chose to do in my life. I could have had kids, and I could have been waiting for my kid to come home from school right now. Instead, I said, I don't want kids. I don't want that lifestyle. What I want to do is go get little tiny special needs elderly dogs from the pound, and we will give them another chance. We will help them cross. And that's going to be hard too, but this is my calling in life, and I believe maybe 1 out of a trillion people on this planet have that calling. And I know I am one. I know that because I know it. I know it. It's my calling. It's my meaning. It's my purpose. I am a beacon to these animals. When I walk somewhere, animals look at me. They find me. So I do know that that is something I'm going to continue to do. Like I said, I'm going to take a break a little bit. I'm going to see Baxter's health all the way through and Killer's all the way through. And then I'm going to go for a moment in my life where I'm not going to have a rescue dog. And I've never, ever had that. Skip and I have been together for 18 years. We have 2 dogs now. We were talking about this last night. We've never had 2 dogs. When Skip met me, I had 3. And then we adopted a 4th together. We've never had less than 3 or 4 dogs in our 18 years of marriage. And when one would die, we would always replace it. Like, you get the bed now. Now we can help another one. And we did. And it was constant. And we have records of it. They're all over our walls. We have photo albums of it. We have families that still send us gifts and thank us for taking their dogs. And I've done a beautiful thing. But maybe I need to take some time for myself. I've never been able to go on a vacation. Skip and I have been married for 18 years. Our honeymoon was at a local hotel with a heart-shaped jacuzzi for 3 days because we couldn't go anywhere. And we had, who was it? His mom stay with our dogs those 3 days. We've never gone anywhere. Okay? So maybe I leave these dogs' life through and him and I go do something for a minute. It's almost impossible because I'm kind of like a crackhead to think that I'm not going to let another dog come in. But if I said I wasn't going to let another cat in either, and what happened? Krampus ended up on my porch. So he's here. Hi, Marshall. Yeah, you're probably right, Marshall. And then when they really got to know me and they found out that I wasn't evil and I was a nice girl, then they really hated me. And that's when they usually struck out at me, like especially VP. Like all VP wanted was proof. I gave her proof the next day. And then she allowed me to be doxxed in her chat over and over. Like, you know, VP is a professional streamer. She wouldn't allow Tom Thumb over there, Joe Schmo over there to be doxxed. But she let me, another streamer, be doxxed over and over and over for an hour. How does that make her look? How does it make her, in her streams a couple next days going, hi Gish, hi Deebs, when they're both publicly being humiliated for being pedophiles? So I know I'm doing the right thing, and that I spoke out against these people for numerous reasons, and some of you guys don't even know. You know I'm mad at Gish. You don't know why. You don't know the extent of her fucking being on Roblox, grooming her child to troll other children, to fucking do sexual things on Roblox, and Janny is sticking up for Gish. You know, there's reasons I went so unhinged. There's reasons I let myself look bad, and I didn't care. I hope Gish's son is doing better. I bet she's doing a better job, right? 800 people took that story and took it public. Shout out to fucking Bay Clips. I tried to go to Alexandra. I tried to go to her. She told me to grow up. She told me to grow up, act my age, call the police on these people, and that I shouldn't contact her again. I also told her a part about Melissa, because I didn't really just want to go in and lead with the whole Gish pedophile Roblox thing. But that was going to be the next thing I said to her, and I let her know I had something else to say. But I let her know the situation I was in, and that I had some things to tell her. And rather than her taking that story from me, she didn't get to find that story out for another 2 weeks. But Alexandra Mayers, I took your advice, and I did grow up, and I did let police know, and I did let everybody on YouTube know about Gish, and Melissa, and all those other people. And no one seems to care about Eugene from Kentucky, Janny, because he's such a good clipper. You guys, who cares? The dude is hurting people, doxing people, threatening people, simping for a woman who is being a pedophile with her child. And so is VP. Let's listen. Maybe I should post that clip of VP saying, "Hi, Gish." So after you know everything about Gish, VP, you gonna let her in your chat, be hi, Gish? You know what VP used to tell me privately about Gish? She would say things like, well, you know, Gish has a lot of shit on us. And Gish has all ways into our computer. You know, numerous times Gish and Lark came into my stream on VP's thing. You know how many people can get into VP's thing? The call's coming from inside the house. And I let her know that. And instead of her being like, cool, I'll protect myself and do better, she remained friends with a pedophile because she's afraid what that pedophile will do to her inner channel. How about Janny, who did all those horrible things to VP? And I know how she feels about that. Who was a mod in her chat recently? Because who needs the likes? Who needs the attention? Janny ain't coming in my chat. Gish ain't coming in my chat. And I worked all summer long to take out alt after 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 alt to get them all out. They're still on alts in other people's chat rooms, doxing them, my friends. Because those people don't believe, they believe in more like freedom of speech and shit. I do not. You can talk shit like that in my chat, get the fuck out of here. So do I keep streaming? I don't know. Do I even want to? I certainly don't want the beautiful things that I show people to be twisted every time I do something and to be made ugly. And with that being done to Muggsy, I'm never going to allow that to happen to myself again. So I am a public person. You can Google anything about me. You can Google my assault history. Why haven't you guys done that? Why isn't there clips about my assault history up on Janny's page? Why was it about my husband? Oh, because I forgot, because you want to hurt me. So why do people on the internet want to hurt me when I'm just sitting here being nice? Okay, so Tucson Don says, hell yes. Okay, because I think when I stream, I don't mind telling you, I think I'm better than any of these streamers. Any of them. Do I have more subs and do I make more money and do I have more likes? No, I don't. Because I'm better than them. I'll tell you what, if I got my mace and I went out and I started spraying homeless people, I would be more popular. Or, if I stood up like this, and every 5 seconds, I went, oh well, oh well, oh well, oh well, rah, and I would be more popular. If I smoked meth on camera like VP, I would get a lot more viewers. So, I don't want to do the things that the other people are doing. I want to be different. I want to be on my own island because I want to be better than the people that I have watched that brought me to this level. And I already think I am. Look. Just look. Okay? I may be old, but I think that's a good thing. And to anyone else who thinks that's a bad thing, then I think you're shallow and ignorant and uneducated. With age comes wisdom and life experiences. What do you need to live stream? Life experiences, wisdom, wit, sense of humor. I think I got all that. I got great stories to tell you all, but all of a sudden the stories I'm telling you are all lies. Told you guys how I did hair for 20 years, right? It's true. Fucking went to beauty school at 18 years old, did 1,700 hours, got my license, went to Columbus, took the test, passed it, did hair for years in the best salons in Cleveland. Then in 1996, I stopped paying on my cosmetology license because I became a stripper. Okay? Now I've had people say that I'm lying, that I was never... Oh, she's trying to say she did hair now. Well, I looked into the cosmetology records and it says she hasn't paid since 96. That's true. It doesn't take away that I was a cosmetologist and still am. Do you understand that all I have to do is write a check to the cosmetology department and I'm back on the roster, but I don't need to be because I'm not doing hair. I'm not trying to get a job doing hair. So why would I? I'm never going to be a hairdresser again. So why would I give the cosmetology department $100 a year? That would be stupid. Just keep up my license? I don't need to keep up my license. If I decided next year that I wanted to do hair, I just give them $100 then. That would be a stupid... So all she does is get on YouTube and lie about everything. Well, no, I don't. I'm actually telling you guys my life story. So if you don't want to hear it, then turn the channel. But if you're going to listen to every single thing I say and then go on your, make something else out of it, make a video out of that, or clip me and make it a live, because that's what you do. That's what Janny said. That's what I do. Well, what you do is bullshit. Why don't you start making clips of nice things people do? Do you remember my old clips channel, Muppets World? Do you remember what that was? Muppets World IP2 Pet Clips? Best clips channel ever. Stupidly, I took that down too. Why? Because DJ Darren and Gray Alien were going to dox me, and I was afraid of that. Should have left that up too. What did I clip? Nice. Nice, beautiful, sweet. Every clip I made was a love story between a streamer and their pet. That was beautiful. Who else isn't doing that? Why can't someone make clips of nice things people do? What's wrong with that? And that's what I thought was happening. You know, that's what I thought clippers were in the beginning. So, y'all are gross. Why don't you guys start clipping something nice? I don't know, Janny, does it ever occur to you? Instead of asking people to crip walk when you meet these people, why are you doing that, Janny? Because you only have one leg? You can't crip walk, Janny. So why are you trying to embarrass streamers and making them crip walk, and when they can't, you're making fun of them? I don't understand that. Why'd you make Dope Girl, who was high as fuck after a 3-day trip coming back from Gray Alien's house, why'd you make her crip walk, Janny? Why couldn't you just stream Melissa and say, hey, she made it back from Vegas alive? Why couldn't you do that? Why couldn't you stream me, Janny, and say, hey, here's Cleveland. She's 56 years old. Nice to see a nice streamer of a different age doing something here. No, I'm just ugly and old and shouldn't be doing this? What the fuck? I mean, I'm sick of the negativity and the toxicity. And even from the people that I befriended. Like, what is wrong with you people? Why can't you be nice? And here's a perfect example. Did you guys see the stream between Daisy and VP? There you go. There's two women that, by the way, I introduced Daisy to VP. Daisy never liked VP, wanted nothing to do with her. And, now they tried. But were they nice to each other? No. Did they like each other? No. They came together because they're both homeless. They're not doing well on YouTube. And they needed each other as content. VP thought she was going to really get something going filming Daisy. Daisy thought, ooh, maybe Jennifer Nana was right, something about VP. Maybe I'll film with her. You could see how Daisy felt after about 20 minutes of that. And how do I know that? Because Daisy smokes weed just like I do. She never once got VP high, and that's shown in the clips. 3 days later, you see VP coming down off meth. Okay? I'm tired, Daisy. I can't walk anymore. You're in withdrawal. Okay? Daisy is like, oh yeah, I have weed. VP's like, you're not gonna smoke any with me? No. These women hated each other. Daisy bailed and left VP in an unsafe situation with a man in his house. That stream was deleted from VP's channel. That stream I watched. That stream was where Daisy bailed on VP, left her at this man's house. This man was talking to VP's chat while VP was in his shower, while Pink Abby was on the bed with no water, just food. Everyone in chat was saying, give the dog water. Did Abby ever get water? No. But the man managed to tell chat how he was going to pretty much fuck VP and how Daisy left her here because Daisy was jealous of her and Daisy's chaotic and crazy. But good thing he left VP with her because he's got a nice big bed here and she's in the shower. This is gross. Okay, VP and Daisy got together. They were both extremely mentally ill, homeless drug addicts. 3 days they spent together. Day 3, they're both withdrawing. Daisy wants to smoke weed. VP's coming down off meth. It fucking hit shit. Those two women didn't even know that each other was on something. They didn't even smoke a bowl together. You know, if I went to Venice Beach, you know the first thing me and Daisy would do? We would sit down and fucking do a million bong hits. Daisy was so fake to VP. VP pretended she was a sober, good person YouTuber. You saw how that ended. Watch at Locale Times. At Locale Times. Go watch that clip. Hey, Locale Times, I like your clips. Keep showing the truth of these fucking degenerate, homeless, bitch prostitutes. Prostitutes. Daisy putting ads in the In-N-Out paper every Friday and Saturday. For money. She'll wear shoes for that. What about VP? How many people have you seen her fucking talking to lately on Skid Row, the Johns, the prostitutes? Get the fuck out of here. I'm trying to show a nice channel here. I'm trying to be a nice girl. I'm 56 years old. Have you seen the other streamers on here that are 60, 65? Have you seen the streamers on here that are in their 30s and they look way older than me? And I'm sitting here with no filter and no makeup on. So you want to, what the fuck does my age matter? Other than that I'm a little wiser and I got some stories to tell. It's all you got. I'm old. I have wrinkles. Yeah, I'm going to be older and I'm going to get more wrinkles. And guess what? You are too. You are too. So how is that your flex, weirdos? So how about all of you on YouTube? Just stop being assholes. Try being nice. I've been an asshole on YouTube. Ask Steve to leave. I was the biggest asshole to him. I put up videos about him that were horrible. Okay? I took them all down. Just recently, I put up videos about tankers. And I only did that because she did that to me first. But I took them down. Because I don't want to be that person. And I'm not going to be. Hey, I'm human. I may react. You know? But sitting on that shit for a while, and even if, you know, maybe like the school principal might come to me and say something like Steve DeLive did, you know, then I'm going to think twice about that. And I'm going to be a better person. And I'm going to take people's good advice. And I did do the right thing with those people. And all summer long, if you went in on a stream on Melissa, you heard her talk nonstop about me. I've literally talked about her today, maybe last week, maybe the week before that, and 2 other times. Like, I'm not that girl that talks about these people on my stream all the time. If I get asked a question, I will answer it. Not because it's gossip, because they're asking me about my life. This is actually my life. All you clippers, all you chatters that say I shouldn't be talking. This is actually my life. And all the stuff I'm telling you is only a portion of it. You don't know the private phone calls. You don't know the private emails. You don't know what's going on in the real inner circles. You have no fucking idea. So if I'm this upset telling you this kind of shit, imagine the reality that I'm not telling you right now. But what I want you to know is Muggsy's death has brought some of this to my mind. Like, why am I wasting my energy on this? Why am I allowing people to treat my beautiful life with such disrespect? Why did I allow people to disrespect Muggsy? And I didn't. I didn't allow that. I figured, well, he has this many fans like me. He's going to have this many haters. But then the haters kept coming. And it felt like, to me, as Muggsy's mom, like the haters were just hating on my dog. How disgusting are you, Deebsy? How disgusting are you? How many live streams in the morning did you have talking about my little dog? How about you, Trent123? Why don't you go to the dentist and get some teeth in your mouth? You couldn't even handle a joke. And the joke was that Danger Ranger was in my chat, and it was 6 in the morning. Deebsy had been doxing me in my chat, Danger's rat chat, and everybody else's. And Danger came in my chat when Trent was in there, and we said a joke. Danger said, I'm going to go to Deebsy's house and beat the shit out of him. I said, well, pick me up first, and then maybe we stop at Canada and pick up Trent. There's no way humanly possible I meant that in reality. The Danger Ranger should come pick me up, and then we'll drive to Canada and get Trent. Now, this is why Trent decided he would hate me, say my cancer was fake, yell about my dog's age, and go on Deebsy's show every day in the morning and talk about this old bitch. Yeah, I thought that old bitch was just a nice old lady. And I thought she was suffering with cancer, and I thought her dog was cute. I didn't think she was actually going to go to Deebsy's house and beat him up. Really? Is that what you think? Trent, you fucking retard that lives with your mom, that you can't even handle a job and you have 3 teeth in your mouth. That's what you think? But you got a hell of a chat, don't you? You got those same 20 people coming in there. Thanks for helping me get my channel back up, but you couldn't handle an adult joke in chat. You really thought Cleveland was going to go to Deebsy's house and beat him up. And that was your excuse to make fun of me, my cancer, and my dog? See, this is where I stand, you guys. That was another streamer. If other streamers are going to treat me like that, you know what the clickers are going to do. Now, what's chat going to do? Marshall says, I think it was very special that your Christmas tree was still up when Muggs gained his wings. Yeah, Marshall. And that's why that box is there right now. We're taking that shit down. We're taking it down today. We're not leaving this up through Valentine's Day. I didn't have it lit today. Skip and I looked at this last night and we said this. That's what Skippy said word for word. Muggsy's tree. This was Muggsy's tree. This one comes off first. Here's Muggsy's paw print. 2017, I made this with a little antique lace. Comes off first. I don't want to see this tree. There's no way I would leave this up through Valentine's Day. Absolutely not. Here is one of my bonded pair. I made this one too. 2 paw prints. This is Sadie and Bridget. If Danny ever sees this, Bridget was my pug. Danny's mom has a pug, so this was my pug. They were a bonded pair. So, yeah, I'm taking all these today off. Here's another one. I love my pug. Let me take off the... Let me get Muggsy's. I'll find Muggsy's ornaments here. Here's one. There's a tiny Mugamoo. Look at this one. Give a shout out to Tinkers. Hi, Tinkers. My yellow plant's doing great. How are you? I wish you wouldn't hate me. Okay, here. So that's what I'm doing when I hit the stream. And then I'm going to try to do my dishes. I've never had such a problem doing my dishes in my life. I don't know what's going on with that. Is that grief? Because I don't have depression, you guys. I don't have depression. I have anxiety. I have PTSD. I have OCD. I have protracted withdrawal. I don't have depression. So my house is clean. Hence the OCD. I can't do my dishes. I just can't. What is that? What is that? I don't know. Dean Pickering. So you need to get to Scotland, buy a lot of gifts so you can send them to Claire. I think it's cute. Claire, you always get the men loving you on my chats. Okay, so Marshall says, of course you're better than them, even if you take a bit of time off, but please keep streaming. Okay. Because I stream for a reason. I don't stream just to talk to chat. I don't stream to get numbers. I don't stream to get donations. I like all that. I love all that. But I stream because I do not have children, I do not have family, and I do not have a friend. I am alone on this planet except for my husband, and that is real. I know I'm an interesting human being. I know I have had a lot of things happen to me that I've overcome. I know I've had a lot of stories with famous people, famous athletes. I've been in situations that should have killed me. I don't know how I'm even alive. I think I have something to say. So this is why I stream. To get that out there, because one day, and this is it, this is why I do it, when I'm dead, I'm just going to be gone. There's going to be no book. There's going to be no memoir. There's not going to be a daughter to say, hey, my mom was cool. There's not going to be my cousin that's going to be like, Jen was cool. There's not going to be anyone. What if Skip dies before me? You know? There's just going to be nothing. I'm just going to be poof. I would like to leave something somewhere so someone knows who I am. That's important to me. I am me. Does the world revolve around me? Yes, because I am me. Don't you think that about you? But you have a kid, right? You have a mom, you have a dad, you have a cousin, you have a friend, right? I don't. Just put yourself in my shoes for 1 second. What if you had nobody? Nobody cared. Nobody liked you. I know that if I die before Skip, he can't have a funeral for me. No one's going to come. Why? I told him to cremate me and just bring me back to the table. That's it. Bring me back home. That's it. If I die after Skip, that I will probably just do something horrible. Cremate me and just throw me in a field. Someone, I don't know, put me in a public lot with the homeless people. What do I know? You know, I'm not making arrangements for myself because it doesn't matter because I don't have people. So I don't want my life to be a waste on this planet. This is why you people have children, so you are remembered. I want to somehow be remembered. I want people to know my Kiefer Sutherland story. I want people to know that when I was on stage, Dennis Rodman walked by and made it rain $375 on me. No one else, me. I want to tell you how I drove down Sunset Boulevard. I want to tell you how I almost got on General Hospital. But I didn't go back to the audition because I would rather go to Venice Beach and smoke weed on the spot that Daisy sat on 20 years later. Isn't that ironic? That me and Daisy sit on the same spot 20 years apart? I thought it was. I thought that was something to do with our connection. And look, just because Daisy is an asshole and I'm not going to talk to her anymore, doesn't mean we didn't have a real connection. Just because Melissa was an asshole and took down my channel and is a meth head, doesn't mean we didn't have a connection. VP, we had a connection. Okay? She was smarter than either of those two girls. I liked VP. Her and we kept our relationship pretty private. We talked privately on the phone, FaceTime. I was a mod in her chat, she was a mod in mine. I was also friends with Gish and Lark until I got to know who they really were. The last time I talked to Lark, what a fucking asshole she was to me. Okay? I was nice to her face and then I deleted her. When my channel was taken down, Lark went hard for me. Just like Claire did. Lark just went hard for me. She publicly said she was taking her mod away from Melissa. She hated Melissa. She was never going to talk to Melissa again. Blah, 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 blah. And then, cut to 3 months later when I get my channel back, Larky Lark Poo is in a mental institution living out of her car and gives me a call. Yeah, telling me all kinds of weird shit. What does she think she says to me? She said, Jen, first things first, I want you to know I don't abandon people. Okay, good to know. She goes, everyone's abandoned you. I'm not going to be like them. Okay, great. Glad to hear it, Lark. Now what? But, okay, here we go. But, I want you to know that I'm friends with Melissa. Okay. I said, great. I want you to be friends with everybody. I don't want anyone to pick sides. I'm friends with Melissa. I'm friends with Saint. I'm going to be going to all their chats. Even though I know I rode hard for you and I told you I never would do that, it's easier for me. I said, okay. She said, but I want you to know that I don't go back on people. I said, okay. Good talking to you. Bye. And then I deleted her as mod for my channel, and I blocked her from my cell phone and blocked her from my channel. Those are the kind of friends I had. So I'm going to do better. I liked VP. I thought she had better taste in people. I also learned from Gish, Lark, and VP that VP has no control of her channel. That Lark and Gish are on her channel more than VP is. And I'm here to tell you that because they all both came in here many times saying, oops, I'd be like, hey, VP, what's up? And they'd be like, oh, sorry, I'm still doing work on VP's channel. I thought I was talking to you as me, Lark, or as me, Gish. Sorry, it was going on all the time. I had talked to VP about it, and she had no idea this was going on. But what VP told me is they have so much shit on her, not they, but Gish, that her and Lark are terrified of Gish, and they're not going to do anything against Gish. And Gish also, or Lark also told me that I should be so scared of Alexandra Mayer because she's hacking everyone's computer, and she's going to hack mine, and be careful. And that was one of the things I was going to tell Alexandra Mayer. Before Alexandra Mayer told me, no, never contact me again, and grow up. So Alexandra Mayer, never contacted you again, never told you any of this shit, and I've grown up. Do it my own way. I thought you might be interested, and I thought you were IP2 News. Weren't interested in that news, but you know. Oh. Hold on. I'm going to do my impression of Alexandra Mayer. Maybe I'll get on her show. Welcome, no matter what time of day it is, time of night, or wherever you are. I'm not going snowboarding with Mike Brokoff. I'm better than anyone else, and if you have problems, you can come to me, because I will listen to you. But if you're Real Housewife of Cleveland, you may not come to me. I will not listen to anything you have to say about Gish, anything you're going through, anything IP2 related. I'm Alexandra Mayers. I wear sunglasses on stream. And I say that I am nice to everyone, but I am not. People are afraid of Alexandra Mayers. I was a woman, and I went to her woman to woman to talk to her. And it wasn't good enough for her. So, if you have IP2 related issues, I would not tell you to go there. Because I tried that and it worked out badly. And I was yelled at like she was my mother. So, I'm going to tell you one other thing. Please don't wear sunglasses on stream. It looks like you're crazy on drugs. Okay? I like to do drugs on my stream. I'm very open about it. And I don't like when people are mean to me and then they go on stream and they are nice to everybody else. Saying you can come to me if you have a problem, IP2 related. And then I do that, and look, my opening wasn't like, hey, Gish. My opening was like this, 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 and this. And instead of you listening to me, you said, don't ever contact me again and grow up. And you're too old to be acting this way. So, okay. Oh, and I was supposed to contact the police, too. I did do that. I have an open case. But I don't think that she was very nice. A lot of tea going on there for you. I'm not scared of other streamers, okay? Especially ones like that. I'm also not IP2. But guess what? Do you want to see this little pinky right here? This little pinky right here is IP2, okay? I am a YouTuber, okay? That's how I identify. But I have stuck my pinky toe in the IP2 pond. I fuck with a lot of those people, and those people are some of the nicest people I've ever met. They have a bad reputation, but I mostly say most of them are nice. You get your bad apples everywhere, and a lot of those people are bad apples. But I'm going to say right here, right now, I am not IP2. I've never wanted to be IP2. Do I want to be friends with IP2? Yes. Do I want to be friends with people in other communities? Yes. Do I want to be friends with people in Africa? Yes. So I'm a YouTuber. That's what I want to be. So yes, IP2 is something that I dip into every once in a while. I had friends in IP2. So when people in IP2 were taking down my page, being pedophiles, doing very ugly things, I thought the person that did the news with IP2 might want to be interested in it. So I contacted her privately, woman to woman, and I was talked to like I had gone to the principal's office and they didn't want to hear what I had to say. So that's what I have to say about that. IP2 always wins. IP2 for life. Yes. I'm just saying I don't claim it. I don't claim it because there is a list. I'm on no list, right? You can't be IP2 unless you are made IP2. So I'm not trying to be like, I wish I was IP2. Look, I consider myself IP2-ish. I love IP2. IP2 always wins. IP2 for life. Some of my best friends are IP2. If I was IP2, it would be an honor. Okay? But I am a YouTuber. I am 56 years old. I am doing different content. You should stay at the Mold Mansion. Oh, I love the Mold Mansion. And you want to know who I love so much? One Sonic. Wasn't he so fun in the Mold Mansion? You know, and Zaddy, I love Zaddy. Is that his mom or his grandma or his aunt that's there? I love all them. I love all them. But you know, hence I am married. I have a husband. I have a life. I can't be staying at a streamer house. You feel me? And I'm not trying to do that. But I like those people, and I want to watch those people, and I feel like I am part of their circle. Yes, I am. Okay, I am a part of a circle of IP2, inner circle. Okay, but I'm not VP. I'm not gonna tattoo it on my back shoulder. If I was gonna tattoo mine on the back shoulder, it would be YouTube. Okay, because I don't want to be stuck in one community. And if it was one community, let's just be real. It wouldn't be that community, okay? IP2 always wins, but we want to do that and more. Correct? I want to be more of an influencer. I want to be more of a podcaster. I do want to do IRL and streaming, but again, I'm not going to be, I'm not looking to mace people. I'm not trying to get women drunk to see the reaction on film. Do you get me? Like, I'm trying to do something beautiful and interesting. Yes, it's a little shady and weird and controversial at times, but I ain't gonna be hurting people. Okay? That's the difference. I don't think I would be streaming if it wasn't for IP2. I watched so much IP2, I had discovered Jewel Rancid. What if I told you that I was inspired to stream by Jewel Rancid? There's fucking truth to that. There's truth to that. First IP2 rabbit hole I ever went down was Jewel Rancid, then Chicken Andy and Andy Dick. I mean, Jewel Rancid is so crazy. I thought, dang, what if I was brave enough to hit live and put my face and my voice, which I hate hearing on live stream like she does? She's so brave to do that. Oh, and she's got this husband that beats her and is an asshole and shit. Well, what if I showed my life and how sweet my Skippy was, you know? Wouldn't that be something? Oh, she's in the middle of the street screaming. Well, I do that on a Tuesday afternoon here privately. What if I just talked about that but didn't get that way on camera? So, yes, Jewel Rancid inspired me to stream because I saw her. I was so amazed that she was so wild and crazy, and she made me go down the IP2 rabbit hole to every other streamer. But I always thought, man, she's so brave because, you know, women, even maybe men, you take a picture, no, take 3 more, you look ugly in that one. Well, what do you think I'm looking at right now? Okay? Women, men, you hear your voice. Oh, I hate hearing my voice. What do you think I'm going through? You have to be brave. You don't like to public, you can never, I could never public speak. It's what I'm doing. So I always thought she was so brave to just to hit that live and go and do it. It took me years to get this brave to hit live with no makeup, no filter. I never used a filter, you guys. If you ever see my TikTok videos, I'm always going to look a little bit better from TikTok because they have a built-in filter. Okay? But I never hit filter, which a lot of people do on the TikTok, and they end up looking like Daisy the Venice Healer / the Joker. Okay? So I want you to see my wrinkles. I'm proud of my wrinkles. Look what I went through to get these wrinkles. Listen to my stories about how my ex-boyfriend beat me for 9 years. Listen to how I survived abuse from my mom and dad and grandparents and neighbors. That's why I have wrinkles. That's beautiful. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not going to go out and get Botox and maybe put botulism in my face that I'll have to redo every 6 months that will deflate and really hate who I am inside. No, 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 no. I'm going to love looking older, and I'm going to... Look, I was beautiful at 18. Have you seen pictures of me at 18? I was gorgeous. But then again, I'm more gorgeous now. You know, you really grow into your age. You really become more beautiful. And if you don't believe that, if you're like doing the things that Hollywood's doing and putting Botox and fillers, like if you do a little, okay, I'm not going to hate you. But most of the people I'm seeing or witnessing, they're not happy. And that's why they're doing that. And at the end of the day, they're still not happy. Southpaw, welcome to back to chat. Good to see you. I'm not doing, honey, I'm not doing great. As you can see, I've been crying. If you rewind the stream, we've been on for 3 hours and 3 minutes and 13 seconds. I've been weeping. Muggsy passed away. So please check back to my channel because I'm finally in a moment where I can speak words. It's been a hard day, and this is my stream, and I'm venting. And it took me a long time to even talk to chat. And now that I'm talking to chat, we're going to try to stay there because if I lose it again, look at my eyes. Look at my poor little eyes. Look how red my little eyes are. Look at this one. Oh my God. I mean, I've been crying my eyes out. But I will say this. I cried right away, of course, when Muggsy died. And then yesterday I couldn't cry at all. I was numb. I was numb. So I actually, you know, I cried before the stream, actually. I will say I cried a little bit. But the way I let go of the stream today, I definitely needed it. So thank you for allowing me to do that. This is my diary. You allowed me to do that. I can't see other streamers feeling safe enough to come on here and do that. And I just sat here and told you how I haven't felt safe on YouTube. So that's a double-edged sword. As much as I hate YouTube and I'm not feeling safe today, I must be feeling safe, on the other hand, to have had this whole conversation with you for 3 hours, to have wept, to have felt safe and vulnerable enough to do that with you, to sit here with no makeup, no filter, and just weep. How many tissues did I go through? Did you see the pile? Jennifer. Yes, John Jones. Muggsy died. 25-year-old Muggsy. And this is my first stream talking about it. I could barely get through the first hour and a half. If you rewind, you will see me weeping and telling the story. So yes, Muggsy, 25-year-old Muggsy did die. And the weird thing is, at the vet, they came up with 2 receipts for me on the computer, which I didn't go to the vet, but Skip called me from there. He's like, look, and he showed me on his camera. On the computer, it says Muggsy's birthday is 2000. 2000. That would make him 26 years old. Not 25, 26. Then they gave us the receipt to come home. And on birthday, it says 2010? 2010. Well, anyways, whatever it says, it would have made Muggsy only 16 years old. Which, when I took him to the vet the first day, he was 9, but I've had him for 16 years. So is that what's on the receipt there? That it's a 16-year-old? Yeah. So it's probably when I checked in that day, and they put it under birthday, and it said 16, because the dog, you know, was 9 when we brought him in, and I've had him for 16 years. And then, so that would only make him 16, right? On that paperwork right there they gave me, it would only make Muggsy 16. Then on the paperwork on the computer that they showed Skip to the point where he had to call me, it said 2000 is what we had as his birthday. And that would make him 26. So a lot going on there. What I know is Muggsy is 25. That's what I know. Because I had him for 16 years. And he was 9 when I got him. There was paperwork. But it was paperwork from a kennel, the Cleveland Kennel, and it was from the family that dumped him. Like if you dump a dog at a kennel, they're gonna say, "How old's the dog?" You're gonna say 9, and that's what they wrote down. Usually you just go by that, but Bugsy was so sick when I got him, we had to take him to the vet right away. He had severe kennel cough and he had to be on antibiotics. Well, then he couldn't breathe. So he had to go to the vet every day for a couple hours a day and then be put on oxygen. So, I mean, I remember having the conversation with the doctor 2 days later, like, so you think he's 9? They were like, well, let me look at him. They listen to his heart, they look at his teeth. Yeah, he looks to be about a 9. So he's 9. And I'm 16 years. That makes him 25. So I don't know why they would have 26, and then I don't know why they would have 16. It's a lot. Well, there's no way he was 16. I've had him for 16 years, and he was elderly when I adopted him. He already had yellow, old, broken, old teeth. They thought he was 9, so that would make him 25. So I don't know. A lot of discrepancy on the age. But his age was 25. I'm his mom. I had him. I saw the original paperwork. I know how long I had him. So Muggsy was 25. And anybody that says anything different is weird. Now, we did have a typo on that receipt, and I think that they probably had a typo on the computer. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he was 26. Could there be a chance that he was 26? Could be. No chance he was 16. Could be a chance he was 26, though. Hey, oh, it's Love Buddy. How you doing? How are you doing? Yeah, thanks, man. Make sure I posted maybe 3 videos and a short 5-minute live stream where you could see him laying in state. So make sure you see those, you guys. If you don't know what happened, you can look on my channel. There's nothing else I've been posting but that. And I would like you guys to go see the live stream I posted yesterday morning of when he was laying here in state. It's just 5 minutes. It's just a Moonlight Sonata. And I did that to give you a chance to grieve him. Thanks, love. I appreciate it. And when I see you in my chat, I only think about my nails. You do so many amazing nail things. I want to do amazing nail things. I can barely grow my nails. I used to have acrylics when I was a stripper, but then when I get married, I let it go. And I just say I'll grow my own, but I can't. What do I put on my nails to make them grow? Love at Love Bunny VP. You guys, her channel's really cool. So Claire, I don't know if you like her channel, but you would. All my lady friends need to go like her channel for sure. At LUVBUNNYVP. I wonder why you're the VP at the end. Is it because of Regular Patriot? Do you watch VP? Is that why? Or is it something else? I'm curious. At Love Bunny VP. So go like her channel, you guys. I told you guys I'm a cosmetologist before. I used to do nails. I did them poorly. And I try to grow my own nails, and I do them poorly. But she does so many cool things with nails and other fun, girly stuff. She has a really cool page. Gel would help them grow. Or a nail stringer. If you I use regular polish. I think gel. Look at Claire put her page there. You guys, it's a clickable link. Thank you, Claire, for putting her page up. Look at, we promoting Love Bunny VP today. We got you, girl. Yeah, I like that page. Thanks, Claire. Your nickname is Bunny and your initials are VP. Well, I'm glad because I thought it had something to do with VP and it scared me. Strengthener. Sorry, this damn talks to text makes me sound retarded. Yes, I didn't know what you were saying, so let me read that again. Retard. Or a nail stringer, so a nail strengthener. If you use, yes, so I use regular polish, so maybe I should start with strengthener. I'll start there. So give me a name. Spill. Give me a name. A good nail strengthener. I'll just buy it today. You're welcome. Look, I don't believe in self-promotion on my channel. Like, you can't come in and put your own channel on here. But if I'm promoting you, then I promote you, right? And I do that a lot of the times with my other mods and my other friends in here. So, and if I don't promote your channel, I don't promote your channel. It's that simple. But yeah, I really dug your channel, and I'm a girly girl, and I love the nail shit. You had a lot to offer on your channel, I felt. Oh. We're not gonna, we got halfway through that song. We're not gonna listen to that one. Let's just do something totally different. I want to put a feel-good song on, but I feel like it's gonna make me want to throw the ball against the wall and smash it too. What is a song I can put on that's I'm not gonna hate and I'm not gonna love and it's not gonna make me cry? Because I don't want to cry again. Look at my eyes. I don't want to cry again. I've cried a million times on the stream. We've had enough. We've seen enough. You haven't worn polish in years and you don't know a good one, then I will do my own research and I'll let you know. How's that? I'll give you the feedback and I'll make a video. How about that? Hair flip. Okay, how about we'll go with Maggot Brain. No one's telling me. Who's the DJ in chat? DJ in chat. Until I don't want to hear Maggot Brain. I don't want to hear that either. I don't want to hear any more classical. I can't figure out what to listen to because I'm grieving and everything is upsetting me. All I want to do is take down the tree. And you guys know how much I fought and wanted to keep it up till Valentine's Day. And I was thinking it in my head how disgusted I was. It was on last night and Skip was here. And I said, Skip, I don't even want to look at that tree. He goes, yeah, I wish we could turn it off. I said, go, turn it off right now. I don't want to see it. And he ran over there, he shut it off. And we looked at each other. I said, I don't want to keep it up till Valentine's Day this year. He goes, me either. He goes, it was Mugsie's tree. I go, I feel the same way. Let's take it down right now. He goes, well, we need to sleep, honey. It was like 4 o'clock. I just woke up. And he was like, get some sleep. We'll take it down tomorrow. He goes, I don't think we keep it up this year. He goes, we put it up next year. We do it again in honor of Muggsy. But this was Muggsy's tree. He died. Let's take it down. So that's what we're doing. The tree's coming down. I was going to keep it up another week. I'm not. I want it down now. I should have just finished the stream. I would have had a lot of that done by now if I would have just kept going. Oh, it's coming down. I already took the fucking Muggsy ornaments off it an hour ago. I think you were gone. And I explained why I'm taking it down. I always keep it up till Valentine's Day, but this particular situation with Muggsy dying, no, we don't want to celebrate that anymore. That was Muggsy's Christmas. He made it through Christmas. We're happy. It's done. We're done with it. I'll take it down as soon as I'm done off stream. You see I don't have the lights on. You see the boxes are out. I even have the boxes. Some of even the boxes. I'm done with it. Dunzo, as I like to say. Right? Dunzo. Sluggish Girl, what song should I play? I can't figure out what song to play and no one will tell me. Every song's upsetting me, but I need to put something on. I don't want to just put classical on. Like, I need a specific song. Someone tell me a song to put on. It's not going to make me weep. You're in and out. That's how I am in the chats. You're usually on my TV. I'm walking in and out of the room. I'm only catching a third of it. Today will be the new date the tree comes down. Yeah, maybe that should be my new tradition, right? And we'll remember it with Muggsy that way. Oh, I love that. So what am I putting on my lips? Aquaphor. If you don't know about Aquaphor in the lips, everything. Okay, what Van Morrison song and what Post Malone song? Didn't Post Malone just do something that I like? Oh, he did the Ozzy thing, didn't he? Yeah, I like that idea, Love Bunny, and I'm going to tell that to Skip. I'm going to tell him you said that. I'm going to say, Love Bunny says that we should make this our new tradition. I think he'll like it. Can you guys believe I just did that thing on Alexandra Mayers? That's been in my soul for a long time, okay? I've been watching that show for a long time, and I've watched her be a lunatic for a long time. She's out of her fucking mind lately, okay? And the fact that I came to her as a woman and tried to talk to her is insane. The fact she wears sunglasses and tries to intimidate people all over the place is insane. So I don't think she's intimidating. I think she's a weirdo. I think she's drunk on every stream she does. How much fucking liquor does she drink while she's drinking? Look, she was very, very nasty to me when I contacted her privately. And it was right up her alley. I thought it was her job, what I was coming to her for. And then that whole thing erupted 2 days later, you know? Had she listened to me and told me not to ever contact her again, she could have had that story. But no. So I said what I said today, and I'm gonna let you all know that I don't know who in IP2 gave her the card to talk for y'all, but you might want to ask for that back. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if I've seen her streaming this week or lately. I blocked her, you know, so I don't watch her, but I do see her on my recommendations, and if she comes up, I'll listen to her for exactly 3.3 seconds, and she's talking smack, and she's slurring her words, and it's weird. And she thinks her shit don't stink. And I don't know. She said she was so old to stream now. She turned like what, 12? She had her birthday. I'm too old to stream now. I'm not going to stream anymore. Hey, hi. Have you seen me? No, you're not actually. And that's a bad thing to put out there for women too. So I don't know. She's always like friends with VP, not friends with VP. She's saying that people are possessed by devils and stuff. She's real nice. I know she's friends with Clumsy, and I'm friends with Clumsy, and I know she's done good things for Clumsy, so I respect that. I'm not saying she doesn't do good things for people. I'm saying that I thought it was her job to do good things when IP2 people were involved doing bad things, and I thought I had a fucking buttload of shit to tell her about IP2 doing bad things to people, including me, and that I needed a little help. And she said I was old enough, grow up, do it yourself, and call the police and never contact her again. Look, I may be older than her, but I don't know how to make my way around being doxxed around IP2 people and pedophile shit that I was holding on my lap, that I was wanting to give her. So no, I didn't know how to deal with that. No one would. And she should have listened. And I watch her going downhill since then. You know, honest to God, what if I came on stream like this one day and was like, I'm better than y'all? You would fucking lose your minds. So I've lost my mind with it a little bit. I'm not intimidated by her. She can say whatever she wants about me on my little stupid channel. The only people who are watching are literally 40 IP2 people. No, I take that back. 12 IP2 people and their alts. It's weird. It's really weird. And I'm not down with it. And I'm not down with her. And I don't remember how she came up because I'm in a million different places today. But I stand by it. And I'm sure it was valid. And I've been wanting to say like something like that for a long time. I've said that privately to people. And you know who you are. But I'm allowed to say what I want on my stream. And nobody scares me. And you treat me like a bitch in private, I might treat you like a bitch in public. Hi, Basil. Got you. Sweet Marita. Bywater call. Oh, I think it's water call.
Getting that from YouTube.
Sorry. Oh, no. Sweet Maria. Water call.
Getting that from YouTube.
Oh, it was Bywater call. Got you. Thanks, Basil. Basil, if you're just getting here, you might want to rewind to beginning because I mentioned you numerous times in the beginning. What the hell happened there? It went to cat television, Basil. This is what it gives me, Basil. This is my life today. Where did Basil's comment go, for God's sake? Sweet Maria, Bywater call. No birds,
Getting
please.
that from YouTube.
Fuck's sake. Put that on for Tom Thumb upstairs. That's what he's watching. Okay. People are like, what the fuck is IP2? Love Bunny says.
I don't know.
And so you don't know what I was talking about VP either then. Okay, hold on. I gotta school some people. I keep talking about IP2. IP2 is a community on YouTube, okay? It stands for Ice Poseidon 2, okay? Ice Poseidon is a streamer. He once was hanging around a lot of other streamers, and these streamers looked up to him for some reason. I do not know why. And he started naming them all, and he started a little community called IP2. It's mostly streamers. The way I like to describe it, you've seen movies with Jackass, right? Johnny Knoxville. So there's Jackass movies and there's normal movies, right? So IP2 is the Jackass of live streamers. Do you understand what I'm saying? Got it. A lot of the people that I fuck with don't care that they're on YouTube. They just want to be IP2. And people that aren't IP2 just want to be IP2. So I'm like, I'm not IP2, but I fuck with a lot of them. I'm a YouTuber. I don't just want to, even if they wanted me to be IP2, I'd be like, okay, whatever, thanks. But I'm a part of a lot of things. I want people from Africa, Asia, that, you know, I don't, you're a very small community of people. And honestly, the people in your community are, it's a lot of degenerates. The content is shocking and outlandish and sometimes scary and illegal, and it has a lot to do with drugs and homeless people and people that aren't taking care of themselves. Love Bunny, I asked about the VP in your name. You've heard me mention VP, never, I've talked about it numerous times. VP is a person, vegan patriot. She is a, I'm just gonna say, you know, very well-known streamer, but she is IP2 only. She doesn't care about YouTube. She doesn't care about Kick, Twitch, people in Africa. She's IP2. She has it right here. She's a homeless, mentally ill woman on drugs that used to be my friend and turned her back on me at a really bad time and allowed me to be doxxed in her chat. So that's why when you have VP in your name, I thought maybe you watched her, you had something to do with her, because I have a lot of IP2 people that watch me. Not because I'm IP2, but because I fuck with them and they fuck with me. You feel me? So IP2 is a community of people. If you ever heard of Ice Poseidon, he streams on Kick. His Kick streams are restreamed on YouTube. That's where IP2 comes from. I try to watch Ice Poseidon streams. I can't. He's a really, really boring dude. He's like Lebanese with a big nose. He wears like a girl's animal hat. He hangs out with all these ugly dudes. It's a sausage fest. They don't do anything interesting. Right now they're in Argentina streaming. You think that would be interesting, right? No, it's a bunch of men doing illegal things, bitching and complaining. You can only watch it for 3 seconds and you're like, what the fuck? So all these other people in this community that look up to that and want to be that, I don't. These other people in the community, they take pride. Like, they wouldn't hit live and just talk about the real life with you. No, they want to get a can of mace and they want to go spray a homeless person or fuck with a cat or, you know, do something disruptive to people to get a reaction to hurt them. So I'm not about that. But I like to watch that. I'm not going to deny that I like to watch that. But I don't like to watch all of that. Once it does get violent, I will turn it off. I did stop watching a certain streamer because he maced a homeless person. Okay? I don't care how drunk you are. When a homeless person is sitting there and is mind his own business, and he's got his shit there, and he's homeless, and he has dreadlocks, and he doesn't hardly have clothes, and he's begging you to please stop, man, and you're so drunk you're laughing, and because you want viewers, I'm probably not going to watch you anymore. If you're a streamer that your content is you want to run your car into another streamer's mother's mailbox for content, or you want to do balloons of nitrous oxide or galaxy gas on your stream and fish out, I'm probably not going to watch you. If you're the streamer that's cheating on your wife with a chatter, or you're selling porn out of your chat, I can see that, and I don't want to watch you. Yeah, well, and exactly. I'm going to say what Claire said. I go into chats, IP2, but I've met a lot of nice people. And I will say, again, I will repeat myself, IP2 is some of the nicest people I ever met. And they get a bad rap and a bad reputation. Okay? So the real IP2, the IP2 that I look up to, that I like, they're real. They're real. And I like them. But a lot of them are garbage. The real IP2. A lot of them are garbage. And they will do things that are immoral, illegal, and that I cannot stand by. And I certainly don't want to watch. Thanks for the song, by the way, Basil. But I like to watch it. I like to watch Jackass, too, you know? And I don't want to see my husband put fake ball sack down his socks and get a reaction out of people. Feel me? I don't want to ride a Bronco and get a concussion for a reaction. Feel me? Just like the streamer we know, Claire, I don't want to jump over a bush for a third time and get a concussion and brain damage for a reaction. I'm done watching that crap. I want to watch successful people that have something to say. Look, I'm going to watch, you know, and there's a lot of successful people in IP2. You know, Ice Poseidon is one of them, and a lot of his other people off him are them. And Ice has just been a little boring lately, is what I'm saying. But, you know, I support him. I just think he's a little boring lately. Maybe he'll get better. It's not like IP2 is just crazy and the rest are normal. It can go the other way too. But yeah, we have to move on. We can't be the same people we were a year ago, and we certainly don't want to be the same people that we were watching 3 years ago with the same rhetoric and the same everything. Like, we want to move up. So if you don't want to move up with me, then go somewhere else, because I'm going to be ever changing. I'm going to be trying to be better. But on the occasion, we're going to go back 3 feet like today, and we're going to be sobbing on camera. I don't apologize for it. We're not going to let Elton John destroy this moment, though. Jesus Christ. Basil! Where is... It's like, Basil, where's the remote? No, this will make me cry. What Post Malone song? Okay, I'll just put it up. Post Malone. That's the second time you guys have said that. I'm not really a fan of the Post Malone, but I don't hate him. I just don't listen to him. Let's see. Let's see what... Okay, so here's the first thing that comes up. It's probably a sign. Let's take the first one. It's called Circles. I don't think I know it. I think he's funny. When I hear Post Malone talk, I think he's funny. I just don't love his music. I'm not into a tattooed face guy, but I don't hate him. Did you know that he has stuff to do with Annabelle, right? I have an Annabelle in my house, and he has stuff to do with Annabelle. He was on Zach's show once, the paranormal show, with the Annabelle doll. Oh, it's cold over here. So here's my Annabelle. There she is. She's a real one. So I made her myself. She's my best dreadful doll. I used to rent her out to a haunted house in Cleveland, but then they did some destruction to her, so I'd never rent her out again. But the sign is exact, the doll is exact, the measurements are exact. It's actually, what I call it is hyper-realistic. So everything is exact, down to the religious things here and the devil tarot card. Even what you can't see is on her left wrist, she has a gold bracelet, which the real Annabelle has. So you guys know that there's a lot of stories about Annabelle. Well, she's fine. She's right here with me. But yeah, Post Malone went on that paranormal show where Zach Bagans had Annabelle in her case for a while. And he touched her. They let her out of the case. Oh, that's what happened, remember? And then the day later, that's when Post Malone almost got in that airplane accident. They blamed it on Annabelle. Well, Annabelle would never harm me or you, Chet. Let's make sure. Let's go to my witch's table real quick. I think the whole house could use this, right? A little bit of a circle of protection around Chat. This is my abalone shell. This is what we use to burn sage. This is organic sage I grew in my garden. So, protection around Chat. Protection around me. Let's do Mugamoo's spot. I'll just let it burn. Oh, hell yes, love buddy. What you don't know about me is that I may be all love, light, and sparkles, but my art is very, very dark. I create horror dark. I have a company. I create horror dark. I create horror art. So my art is very dark and very gothic. I was a girl back in the 80s. Yes, I was. Black hair and all. So my art is very, very, very dark, and it comes out that way. The name of my company is called Dreadful Dolls. There's a lot of it on my TikTok. There's a lot of it on my YouTube page. But what I do is I recreate haunted dolls. So I've made numerous Annabelles in the Raggedy Ann form and in the porcelain double braid white dress form. Why can't you see them? Because I've sold them all. I'm very successful. My website is Dreadful Dolls on Wix. I've sold thousands. I've sold all over the United States, and I've sold in Switzerland and in Puerto Rico. Yes. So my stuff has been in galleries. It's been in occult and stores, local stores. I create horror art, not horror. I hate that stuff. Horror art. Horror is very different than horror. Yes, you do create horror art. Very funny. Very funny. Oh, that made me laugh. Yeah, so Annabelle Well, maybe interviewing is your calling. I like the idea of a little studio in your home. Yes. So that's the goal, Basil. There's a few women since even before I've been streaming, I've been watching, and most of these women cover housewife stuff. And these women come on once a week and cover the Housewives show that I've just watched. The Housewives is on for an hour. I may watch a 3-hour podcast about the 1-hour show, and I find that more interesting. So I want to do something like that, but I also like Joe Rogan and Danny Jones, and I like how they talk about Anunnakis and the Book of Enoch and starseed stuff and alien stuff. That stuff's very important to me because it's like my religion. It's what I believe. It's like why I'm here. It's like the creation of the earth, like CERN, that kind of stuff. I'm very interested in that. Other dimensions. I'd like to be more of an influencer, and I don't mean influencer like you're thinking. No, just have some influence vibes. I'd like to take it up a notch. I'd like to class it up a notch. So yeah, I am planning on, it would just probably be a corner right here next to the couch that I could pull a little thing over, have a really nice fancy microphone. Skip was talking about I could have something behind me. I was like, I like my old-fashioned pictures in the background. That's me. He was like, well, whatever you want. But yeah, I like the idea of having a little center and maybe taking up a notch, and I like interviewing people. And what I told Father God is I'm not going to interview you. I want chat to ask the questions, and I just want to be there and give you the platform, really. So I don't consider myself an Oprah. I don't think I'm a good interviewer. What I think I am is I can connect with people that others can't. Okay? The broken ones, the weird ones, the ones that others see a certain way. I can connect with those people. And I don't believe what they believe in, but I think it's okay that they do. So, it's weird. I'm not exploiting them. Let's celebrate it. Let's watch this shit because it's entertaining and it's fun. And I kind of like you. Father God, you're fun. You're a gentleman. He was charming, lovely. Nothing wrong with him. If you guys are mad at him for dragging a body around, well, who isn't? The police said you were a bad boy. He said, okay, take me to jail. They took him to jail. He did his time. I don't see him dragging any bodies around anymore. So I see him preaching about love and light right now. So, I'm going to give him the respect that I think he deserves. I do love to paint naked women and creatures. I love naked women. Okay? And I am straight as they come. Strictly dickly. Always have been. Never experimented. Never wanted to. Oh. Couldn't even imagine it. But I love a naked woman. A little naked woman. So first, I was an art history major. The Renaissance. My favorite paintings are fat naked women. Love it. They're all over my house. I have naked women. Being a stripper, I would just sit there and look at the girls. They're beautiful naked. Nothing wrong with that. I wasn't like thinking about fingering myself to them, and it wasn't getting me hot. There's just something artistic about a beautiful nude woman, right? And I think that's art. That's artistic. So there's a difference. So I'm glad to know that about you, love buddy. Oh, thank you, Basil. I did a great job interviewing Father God. Well, I was very nervous, as you can imagine. I've talked to him since then, and I'm less nervous now. But, there's a huge cult aspect about it. There was, how am I going to deal with chat? Like, I don't even remember who it was. Who was it that I had to yell at because they thought I supported Father God? I don't even remember anymore. But it's just like, if you can't see, I'm bringing you content. This is interesting to us all, but yeah, it's crazy. Move on. If I'm going to be mad at Father God, then I'd have to be mad at my own husband, right? Father God did his time. He's changed. He seems to be a better man. Skip. Same thing. Better man. Changed. Did his time. I was very nervous. And I was also nervous, I was going to say, mostly because of Krampus. I was caring more about Krampus than Father God. And I knew I had to make a distinction there. I was trying to do the best Oprah Winfrey, Phil Donahue shit that I could. But you all know that, well, those of you that know that if I would have not had that interview would have been a fuck lot better. Because Father God was on one. He was telling the story. He was going, and that's what I wanted. I wanted to not interrupt. And I had to. Because I knew he wanted to get a song in, and I knew A, the song, and B, I knew I wasn't going to ask the questions. I was going to let chat ask the questions. So I wanted to let a couple questions in at the end. So I literally left 20 minutes for that at the end. I bugged him at 20 minutes and said we have 20 minutes. So the hour-long thing was my issue. He does want to come on again. So does Micah. Since then, Micah's made his own Instagram channel. You guys, go find Micah on Instagram. I'll find his ad soon. And Basil, I wanted to tell you something. Can you please find my husband's Instagram channel and send a message over there? My husband's Instagram and YouTube, you guys, everybody go subscribe. Basil, your homework and assignment is different. At Cleveland, Ohio, 216 Media. Do you hear me? At Cleveland, Ohio, 216 Media. That's Skippy's YouTube channel, you guys. He just hit 1,200 subscribers on his channel. Have you seen his content lately? And he just got a new phone with service yesterday. He's been doing all this shit with a phone without service for the past month and a half. So, bravo to Skippy. Everyone go like his TikTok, his Instagram, his YouTube. Basil, we need to hear a message from you on Instagram. Speaking of Krampus, how is it? It's not going well. We have digressed hugely. So the homework assignment was, when Krampus gets back from the vet, don't release him for 2 weeks. Continue feeding through the door as you are. I couldn't listen. Dumb me. I couldn't listen. The day after the vet, I fed them together. I opened the door. I made a video. You saw it. What happened was Krampus stayed in his room, went up on a dresser up high. Tom Thumb came in, went up on the cat world up high. So they were looking each other in the eye. That's the video I made. It was beautiful. From there, it went downhill. From there, Mr. Black wanted to come up and see the guys. Skippy allowed it. It was fine for a while till we left the room. Then we heard chaos. I ran upstairs. What was happening? Tom Thumb was smacking Krampus in the face, and Krampus was in a corner going like this. Tom Thumb is this big. Krampus is this big. Okay? Tom Thumb was beating the shit out of Krampus. Whack, 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 whack. Hissing and that. I read that. Screaming. I know the first thing I do is scream and get them away. I was afraid that Tom Thumb was going to pull his shit and Pitbull out and attach to Krampus. That was my fear. So I'm screaming, thinking, I don't have anything. What can I use as a weapon? Because that's what usually has to happen, is Tom Thumb will attach like a Pitbull and not release like a snake, like Deepsy. So I scream. Tom Thumb flies out of the room. I shut the door. Poor Krampus is traumatized in the corner. Oh, baby. I give him some treats, whatever. I put Tom Thumb in my bedroom. I closed that door. So the rest of the upstairs is available, because I knew Mr. Black was up there. So I put Tom Thumb in one. It's a 3-bedroom upstairs with a bathroom and a huge hallway. Big space. Put Tom Thumb in a separate room. Close that door. Open the room to Krampus back up. Mr. Black comes in. Mr. Black, you know he's so sweet. He's been so cool. They're both black. They're both from outside. I'm like, this is what we need. Give Tom a break. It's fine. I simply go in 25 feet away to take a piss. I'm sitting on the toilet pissing. I go, psst, oh God, I got to get off the toilet. I'm running in there. What do I see? I see Mr. Black whacking Krampus on the head in the same corner. What the actual fuck is going on, Mr. Black? You are the sweetest cat. Why are you doing this? Black, get out of here. So Black goes back downstairs. Krampus is looking at me like, why have you done this to me? And I apologized. I said, you know what? There was probably a reason they told me not to wait 2 weeks, because it would be defensive. I think they're being defensive, showing their space. I am so sorry. So Krampus was traumatized. He hissed at me. I talked to ChatGPT more. They said that, yes, I fucked up. They said, do not try to pet him. Go in there, hang with him. Let him know you're safe. Play him classical music. I was also playing him purring of other cats. They said, do not play the purring, because you don't know what those purring sounds are saying, and he could feel defensive. So only classical music, and keep him in that room. If he wants, because he never walked out of that room, mind you. They came in there to hurt him. He wasn't like, oh, the door is open, I'm free, let me out. He wanted to be in there alone. He didn't want company. If I would have said, hey, Krampus, do you want me to let them in? ChatGPT would have said, no. Jennifer, do not let them in. I still need to heal. I still need to get over this trauma from what happened to me. I want to be alone in this room. They say after a cat has trauma like he did, that's their dream, is to be alone with quiet in a room and have someone come just be with them and exist with them. So that's what I'm doing. Okay, so we're hoping that that's going to change. We're going to get him in a good 2 weeks. We are setting that room up cat ways. So I've ordered a new cat world, a black one. And I put a bunch of new stuff on my Amazon wish list if you guys want to donate or help. I put black bowls, black cat beds, another huge black cat condo that I can't afford. My budget's tight here, y'all. I just paid $400 for the fucking dog to get cremated. So, I digress. My Amazon wish list is on my description page under my profile. You can find it there. If you guys want to donate, it'd be great. But if you don't, I'm going to be buying that shit myself because I got to make that room into like more of a cat room. What it is room now, it's like where I work out. It's where some of my clothes are. So it's that room. So instead of it being the workout room, I think I'm going to move the workout stuff aside because I don't need that big bike in there. I don't need shit like that in there. Maybe put that in the attic right now and make it more of like, maybe I take my vanity in there. I've got a 1920 30s vanity that's in our guest bedroom. Maybe I put that in there with a nice little couch and a TV and a bunch of cat worlds and cat stuff on the walls. I was thinking they have these shelves that you can put on the walls that's like cat stuff so they can climb. So I want to do something like that. But I thought I need to spend time in there with him and give him my time. So I'm going to do that. I think I'll turn that into my vanity room because I use my vanity every day. I don't need to go into the guest bedroom. We could just leave that at the guest bedroom. So maybe a little rearranging upstairs, I think, and make the cat more comfortable. I'm going to work around him. So can you believe that? I couldn't get any of it on film because Krampus gets intimidated when I come in there with my camera. That's why you haven't seen a lot of videos. If I come in there like this, he's super self-aware and super alert. He knows I'm filming him. He doesn't like it. He's like killer. He doesn't like it. And it hurts our relationship. So I've just been trying to have no devices, just bond with him. It's been a lot. It's a lot of work, but he's worth it because he's in there and I know he wants the help. And I saw him at the vet when he was drugged and he wasn't drugged all the way and they were holding him and petting him and kissing him and he's in there and even ChatGPT says just give him time. He's been through hell. He will come to you, but he's not going to come to you if you keep going at him and doing the wrong things. Do all the cats get along? Absolutely not. So none of the cats are getting along upstairs. But Kittler and Black down here, yes, they're in love. They're best friends. They love each other. So the hope is that after 2 weeks, either Krampus can come down here and live with Kittler and Mr. Black, or we're gonna try again with Tom Thumb. But if Tom Thumb attacks him again, we're not gonna give him a third chance, and he'll have to come live down here. Then we have the new problem. Krampus has balls. Kittler's a female. She's fixed, but I don't want her getting raped. You feel me? So I don't think Krampus is in the raping mood, but you never know. So there's a lot of cat things that have to be dealt with. First things first, tree, dishes. And then I need to probably, take a bubble bath, chill out today. I don't see me making any content today. Like, you know me, sometimes I'll make 12 videos a day. I'm monetized on TikTok. Not only am I not going to go live on TikTok either, but I can't imagine making a video. Like, what am I going to make a video of? If there's any more signs from Muggsy, I'll try to make videos of that. But right now, I think I just have to, I'm blacklisting for a minute, I think. I'm not dipping. I'm not deleting. I'm not quitting. But I just don't have it in me. I don't feel like I want to create. I guess I'm mourning. Is that it? I'm mourning. Is that what you do? Because when all my other dogs passed, I wasn't a YouTuber. And they weren't my soulmates and children of 16 years. Some of these dogs I only had 2 months or a year. Or, you know what I'm saying? So it's different. This is different. This is different on so many levels. And the house is so quiet. I can't believe I have this spot to sit in. Look at the spot. We never sit here. I'm gonna start sitting here all the time now. Oh, okay, so Love Buddy is so smart here. She says maybe give Krampus a blanket, and then once it has his scent on it, bring it around where the other cats lay before you introduce them again, and maybe, I don't know, I'm just talking out your ass. Well, that's what ChatGPT told me to do literally 2 to 3 weeks ago so we're already on our second t-shirts. They said t-shirts. So if, I'll wear this t-shirt for all day, and Skip will wear a t-shirt all day, I'll take those 2 t-shirts, and I'll give them to Krampus. He'll lay on them for a week. The next day we give 2 shirts to Tom Thumb. Okay? And then we switch. them. And then once we switch them, we bring them down here. We put them in the cat bed down here. So let these. We're effing, I'm sorry. So you get the idea. I've already been doing that, not with blankets, but with t-shirts that we've actually been wearing. But no, Love Bunny, it hasn't worked. Not yet, at least. So I'm playing the long game here. This is going to be a long game. This is a time game I'm playing. Skip went out to get pop and stuff from the store and pay bills. So it's been, what, 3 hours and 46 minutes. I expect him home probably in the next 15 minutes. I've been streaming way longer than I said I was going to, and I'm going to cut this short. I don't want to be... Oh, I thought I heard him coming in. I don't want to be midstream today when I hear him coming in. And I actually want to start getting this tree down. It's bugging me. It's bumming me out. So, that's what we're doing. And Basil says, I agree with you. Not focus on rescues focus on you for a while. Yes, agreed. That's what I'm going to do, Basil. And it's not that I need to do all this work on myself, but I'm in a transition period, right? I'm putting myself in the public, right? I don't want to crash out in front of y'all and make some weird bad mistakes or, join a cult or something, right? Well, I got to make sure I know who I am. I'm grounded. I know what I'm doing. I know my boundaries. I know what I'm doing on YouTube. I know what I'm doing in real life. And I don't have much work to do here. Let me get through this mourning period. I think more or less I needed to vent with you guys about some things. And thank you for letting me do that, you guys. Claire says it's grief. I think so too. Allison's just coming in here, and I'm just ending, Allie. I talked about you quite a bit. You're going to want to rewatch the stream, Allison, from beginning to end. Allison is here. Thanks for being here. I called out for you earlier. I'm like, where's Allison? Thank you for talking to me on the phone yesterday. You took my phone call when you thought that I didn't even have your number. You and I used to talk on the phone all the time. And then this last time, after the whole cyber harassment situation, I wasn't really giving my phone out. But I had your number. So I did give you a call. And thank you for talking me down when I needed you. You were there for me, and I appreciate it. Oh, Talea is turning 18 today, and you're busy. Well, please tell her Talea is Allison's granddaughter. You guys know Allison is ex-goddess Allison, who makes me the rocks, and my friend. And Talea is her granddaughter, who lives with her. So, Allison has a daughter who's a little reminiscent to Daisy, we've talked about before, right, Allie? And so Allison is the one who's taken in her granddaughter, and she's 100% responsible for her. So she's 18 today, huh? And she's a beautiful supermodel looking girl. You have your hands full. So just leave, Allison. Go take care of Talia. Tell her I said happy birthday, and do everything you can for that girl today. You've been a really good grandma to her, and you've been a really good friend to me. And you've made some really good choices, and I've watched you change as much as I've changed in our whole little soap opera we've had. You and I were also at Beefs, and we've both grown and changed, and I love you for that. And thanks for being there for me, girl. Marshall says you are grieving and in mourning, and you're obviously exhausted. So how's that? For a 56-year-old, someone youngs won't be able to do that. Thank you. Thank you for noticing. So maybe instead of going straight to the tree, I go to the bubble bath? How about that? How about I take the bong to the bubble bath? I think that's the plan. No, I'm going to stop there. I'm going to make a THC drink. Take that to the bubble bath. Take a bubble bath. Come down, take down the tree, and then do the dishes. Never had such a problem with my dishes in my life. And Love Buddy VP says, happy birthday to Talia. And she says, God, I miss my grandma. I miss my grandma Harriet very much. My grandma Becker. And I have a tattoo here to my great grandma Bolus, but I never met her. She was mentally ill, and she died of suicide in 1946. And her birthday was 1907, so she was very young. So I have mental illness too. I don't believe in suicide, and I would never kill myself. But, man, I've done some fucked up shit, and I get crazy in my mind sometimes. So when I get crazy in my mind, I make sure that she's there to remind me. So yeah, Allison even said that this morning, or was it I don't remember, but Allison, I was on the phone with you, and Skip was next to me, and you were talking to me and Skippy, and you even said, Allison, a great big grandma hug to you and Skippy, and me and Skippy both teared up, because we needed that. Thank you. And not that we think of you as a grandma, we don't. But the fact that, I'm usually the oldest one in the room here. The fact that there is someone older and wiser than me, thank you for that. I needed that. And I love you for that. So, long live Allie. Thanks, Allison. She has a bit of a reputation and a bad rap herself online, you guys, and I've seen her change and turn around just like me. So we're all flipped. Let's look at it, Allie. And when Muggsy was laying here in state yesterday, you could see her rocks in the background. Flip floppers. We love it. Here's Allie's art that she's made for me. Flip floppers. Okay, so we have both dogs in the room with me. I'm going to show you this because this is unusual. We got Killer here. Killer, what are you doing here? I noticed her laying here yesterday, so I put these blankets here. You guys know she's always in her bed. Now, I washed everything in her bed and cleaned it, made it nice and fresh, so there's no reason she wouldn't be there. She wants to be here. We always have this bed here for Baxter, but usually he's on the couch. You guys, he's depressed. He's depressed. And I'm going to be honest, he scratched his stomach somehow. Like he was scratching himself and he scratched himself. So I had to put A&D ointment on a scratch on his stomach. I know that's bothering him. He doesn't understand death. Killer does. She's been with Muggsy 16 years. This guy's depressed. He's looking for his buddy. He's looking for his best friend. So we are going to have to do a lot of work here and put a lot of attention in him, aren't we, honey? Why don't we give you a bath today because you got that scratch on you on your belly? Would you feel good if I gave you a bath and gave you some extra attention? Would you like that? Because you miss your brother. He said, I came here just to be with my big brother. And now where is he? He's gone. He doesn't understand. We let him smell Muggsy in the body. We watched him. He watched us wrap Muggsy up and take him away and everything. He just doesn't get it. There's no other way I can tell him. Aside from being there for him more. But you can see he's different. He didn't even want to look at me. Okay, I'm going to leave you alone, buddy. I'm sorry. So we're all dealing with it in our own way here. Here's the empty spot. And I just feel absolutely done. I don't know who donated to me. I can see that there's 271 in donos up there, you guys. Thank you. I know that Sluggos Girl donated some stuff to me, so thank you, Sluggos Girl. Thanks for coming out of your pockets today. And for those of you that I didn't read anything in chat for hours, I'm sorry. To those of you that were being nice to me, I needed it. I needed it. And I got it. And I feel better. So thank you. Allison, I'm going to need you to watch this back later because I told the whole story of what you said about Muggsy's tooth and I explained it and talked about it. I just can't do it again. So, Allison, later when you're going to bed, you got a 4-hour live stream. That's your homework. I'm done. I can't talk anymore. I feel like I've had a heart attack. I feel like there's something on my chest. I feel short of breath. I feel tired, but I can't sleep. I feel so many weird things. I'm going to get backlash for things I said today on today's show, and I could care less. Because you know what? The people that are going to give me that backlash are worthless. And that's why I'm moving on. And that's why I was able to say those things. And because I said those things, some people may have to remove themselves from me as well publicly. But you know what? Some people shouldn't be in charge of entire communities. Stand by that. Would you put me in charge of the YouTube community? Because I would not. I mean, why is anyone in charge of any community? Community's community, right? Take it to the yard. Isn't that what they do in prison? Isn't that what me and Paper Seatbelt did when she came back to me? I would say she's one of my best friends here on YouTube. I think very highly of her. So I stand by everything I said today, whether I get backlash or not, whether I'm going to be clipped on people's dumb little channels tomorrow or not. I can think of 3 dumb little channels I might be on tomorrow. And all of you, go take care of your kids or stop drinking. I would do that instead. Hi, Pet Rescue. I don't know why if you're a pet rescue, why you keep putting pictures up of the animals in pain and you're asking for donations. I don't really like that. I've looked into your channel and I'm wondering what's up with that. So those are not your pets, but you're showing pets that have very, very, very severe injuries and you're asking for donations. Would you like to tell me what's up with that? Because it looks fishy as fuck to me. We have pages like that on TikTok that people use really bad pictures of animals hurting and then they ask for donations, and those channels are blocked on TikTok. I don't understand why you would do that on YouTube. Those are not your pets. What are you taking donations for? I don't like people using animals to scam. If you were following the stories or something, I would understand that. Or if they were your pets, I would understand that. But you are showing pictures off Google of animals that have injuries. And even if my animals were injured like that, I wouldn't show it because it's for clickbait. I don't understand. I don't like your channel. So I've said what I've said about your channel. I'm going to delete you from my page right now because I think you're a scam artist and I think you're using pictures of sick animals to get donations for your page at petrescue-w9h. So I'm deleting you from my channel. I don't actually even want to hear what you have to say. Goodbye. Do better, asshat. There's my good deed of the day. Fuck them, man. I was like, oh, cool, a pet rescue people that are following me. They've been in chat a few times. I went and looked at their channel. They're obviously a scam channel using horrifying pictures that no one needs to see of not their animals that I Googled, and they're right there on Google asking for donations. Okay? Not cool. I mean, you're not going to come chat with me. Check to another one. Okay. First off, thank you for helping me today. Thank you for allowing me to be a ping pong ball and go from here to 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 here. Okay? I fucking needed it, and all that needed to come out, and I don't regret one fucking word of it. And thank you for being there for me. B, thank you for being there for Muggsy. Thank you for being his fans. Thank you for loving him. Thank you for calling him Mugamoo. That freaked me and Skippy out a lot. When you guys would leave comments or stuff and you would call him Mugamoo. More than that, thank you for calling him Tiny Mugamoo. Wow. That would freak me and Skippy out. We would talk about that. They call him Tiny Mugamoo. He's his fans. When he was dying, Skip didn't stop talking to him. And Skip was saying, oh, my little son, you have fans. Do you know the people that love you on the YouTube? Do you know the people that talk about you, that watch you every day, that look forward to seeing you every day? Do you know that the happiness you put into those people, just a little giggle they may have seeing you, the light? He went on and on. Skip was saying that to Muggsy as he was dying, and Muggsy was listening. And that's real. Skip and I have those conversations. Muggsy knew that. I say Muggsy was famous all the time. Daisy the Venice Healer says she's famous. She's not. I say Muggsy's famous. He is. Muggsy is famous. Muggsy was famous on Facebook, and I've been off Facebook for a decade. He had his own page. He had like almost 1 million people on that page. Okay? That's real. People knew who Muggsy was back then. He is famous on YouTube. He is famous on TikTok. Look, Melissa may have taken this channel down, and you may not see his old stuff there, but it is on TikTok. I am Real Housewife of Cleveland on TikTok. Just take away the Real Housewife of Cleveland on TikTok. My whole timeline is on TikTok since I've been live streaming. All of Daisy, all of Melissa. Melissa's there sitting there saying, oh, Cleveland Housewife, I love you and your channel. You're so nice. Yeah, well, go past that. All those old videos of Muggsy. All of them, they're there. My other dogs that you guys don't even know. There's a big timeline there. So you can go look at that. But as for Muggsy, thank you for loving him. Thank you for seeing him. I've adopted so many dogs. None were like him. He was special. He was special. I told you I had Tinkerbell and Killer, the other dogs. It's different. There was something different about Muggsy, and I think you guys know that. Yeah, I'm calmer because of you guys, Claire. Claire, I'm going to ask you to hit me up on the Instagram. You know how? Because I need you to contact me. Marshall, you're all the way in South Africa. I know you don't have an Instagram, and I love you so much, and you check up on me all the time, and the way you do makes me feel seen, and it makes me feel worthy, and it makes me feel loved. Marshall, did you hear that? I mean that. Those are not just words. So thank you for that. When I see comments from you, it is a little different. Claire, when I see comments from you, it is a little different. Basil, when I see comments from you, it is a little different. When I see comments from Shep, it's a little different. Yeah, and Paper Seatbelt. When I see comments from Paper Seatbelt, it's a little different. I want to thank you guys. I felt comfortable enough and vulnerable enough to grieve in front of you like that. I was primal. I was animalistic. I looked like shit. I could fucking care less. You see me, and that's all I care about. And you saw Muggsy. You saw Tiny Mugamoo. Thank you for that. Thank you for respecting him. Thank you for honoring him. Thank you for loving him. Thank you for watching his little videos, whether they were stupid, whether they were wonderful, whether they were long or short. I'm going to miss making those videos of him. And I know I got other guys here I need to make videos of, and I do that too. But there was just something that we had to capture with him, wasn't there? And I hope we captured it. I think some of you saw it. I think some of you felt it and still feel it. I think some of you will probably take this to the grave with you. And maybe if you ever get another dog again, you will think about this relationship. And I hope you guys all have a relationship like this with a dog. And if you ever consider getting another dog and you're thinking about getting a puppy, well, when you get that puppy from the breeder, you think about Baxter and his collapsing trachea. And don't do it. You want that same kind of dog, you go to your local shelter. You go on your Facebook. You go look and you go find those senior dogs that are needing a home and you take one in. Because look what happened with Muggsy. He knew. He knew the whole time that he was on his second chance. He told me that someone beat him terribly and treated him terribly before this. And at the end of his life, he didn't even remember it. I could drop a pan in the kitchen. I could have come at him like this and he wouldn't have flinched. And that's amazing. He was amazing. I wish you guys could have known him like I did. He was perfect. He fought so hard in so many ways I didn't tell you. He was such a little soldier. He loved his life so much. So much. That flickering of the lights. Skip, as Muggsy was dying and the lights were flickering, Skip looked at Muggsy's eyes and he said, "You could stay with us here, Muggsy, but look, there's people on the other side. They're waiting for you." And they were. Our house was magic at that moment. It was filled with souls, and I felt it. And our lights were flickering. And I felt the room being crowded. And then he left, and everyone was gone. That wasn't my imagination. That happened to me. And that's because Muggsy was so special. So I hope that the angels came, like I asked them to, and took them. I know they did because the cardinal came and told me so. Thank you for loving him. Thank you for not believing the bad stuff. Thank you for caring about him and letting me know that. He liked the attention from you guys. He liked the camera. He knew he was doing something. And he liked that. It was never like Killer, like she was like, "Oh, get out of my face, I hate this." He was the opposite. I knew he wanted to tell you something. So I don't know who you are or what you heard, but he had a message for you, and I wonder if you heard it. I know he had a message for Deepsy and Janny, and I know they heard it. He was a good little boy. He was a little old man. If he was a human, he would have been 175 years old. Can you fucking even deal with that? Can you imagine how smart he was? He knew every bit of English I said to him. I never had to say like down, good, bad. No, I spoke to him like I spoke to you, and he understood it. I wish that on you all. I hope you guys all have a relationship with anyone like that someday. Not much less a dog. But please, I say it all the time, adopt, don't shop. Don't buy another dog ever. Go to your local kennel. Look at the seniors, look at the little ones. They keep them in the back room. You have to ask. That's how sick it is. And they euthanize them every day. And they put them all in a big metal bin and euthanize all these little dogs that look like this. They'll practically give them to you. So please, look how thrilled Muggsy was. Look at Baxter, what he's going through. Look at Killer. Look at even Black and Krampus. I took them off the street. Stop buying pets. There's so many that need you, you guys. Thank you for loving Muggsy. May he rest in peace. May he look over me and Skip and all of our other babies. May he tell all my other babies up there that I miss them so much. And that I hope you all are okay, and I hope you're looking down on me. And please look out for us. And just be happy, Muggsy. You don't have to take any pills up there. He doesn't have to take any pills. He hated taking his pills. I had to hide it and everything, and he would eat the food around and spit them out. Sometimes I had to shove them down his throat. Sometimes I had to liquefy it. He wanted chocolate all the time. So I say, Muggsy, go eat chocolate today. You'll never have to take a pill again. You'll never have to have a pill shoved down your throat again or liquefied. You'll never have those pains again. You'll never have another seizure. You just go play and you run and you wait for Mommy and Skippy. You do not reincarnate. You do not come back. You all wait. We talk when we're up there, and then if you want to come back and reincarnate, be a doctor, you do. But you stay up there and we all meet and we wait. So I know where he is. I may not be Christian, and I may not believe in heaven or hell, but I believe in an afterlife. And I believe in reincarnation. And I believe that you can stop reincarnating at a point and go to some beautiful other place. So I believe that that's where Muggsy is. And I believe I'm going to meet him there. And then what goes on after that, I plan on staying with Skippy. We've already discussed that. But if Muggsy wants to come back and be a brain surgeon or a rocket scientist, he can do that. But I'm going to have a conversation with him first up there. And all of you may not believe things like that, but I do. And so does Skippy. And so does Muggsy. So I wish all that on you all. And the last thing, I'm going to just thank you all again. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for taking my sweet little dog into your hearts. Such an understatement. Thank you for loving Muggsy. Thank you for knowing him. Thank you for caring. Thank you for giggling. Thank you for being like, oh, what is she doing with that dog? Thank you for being like, that is ridiculous. Thank you for being like, that is the best. Thank you. He was happy. He fought till the end. He did not want to leave here. He did not want to leave here, but people came to get him, and he had somewhere to go. And he can only live so long, and we expected it. And I talked about this at the beginning. We expected it, but we didn't expect it to be so violent and so hard and horrible. And so that is where a lot of this pain in me is coming from. I can deal with a million dogs dying, but you have a death like that, anyone's going to be affected. I held him in my arm for an hour and 20 minutes. And here's one more thing I want to say. His death date, I clocked at 3:38 a.m. I didn't look at the clock for 5 minutes. I believe he died at 3:33. And then I looked at the clock a few minutes later and it was 3:38. So that's what I'm clocking it as. But I think his soul left his body at 3:33. Took me that long to be lucid to be like, shit, I should look at the time. And that's the time I'm clocking. But you need to know that because that's special too, isn't it? I try to tell you every sign, every special thing that happened because I want to share that. Y'all say when, you know, I never wanted a kid. But I know there's beauty in it, right? Y'all are like, oh, it's a beautiful thing, birth. Sure. Death is beautiful too. There's violence in it and that shouldn't have happened and I'm mad about that. But the death process is beautiful. And I've been going through that with him for quite some time. And I didn't share that with you. I always said he was in hospice, but I didn't share the gory details with you. I showed you on his good days. What did you want me to do? Show you having him a seizure? I wasn't going to do that to you or him. And don't get it twisted. He had more good days than bad days. But lately, his seizures seem to be more intense. And I noticed that, and I knew his time was limited. And I think on a 2 or 3 live streams ago, I said something to you guys, like, I noticed a change in his face was atrophied and stuff. Hi. I'm streaming. Okay. He screams, I have to go to the bathroom. He's been gone this whole time. So I'm going to go. He knew I was streaming. I don't think he knew that I was going to be still streaming when he came home. But he'll be happy to hear that I got all this out. I can't wait to tell him this part. He's going to be like, aw, shit. On that note, thanks again. Love you. Bye.